Sanatsujata Parva. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 41. Dhritarashtra said, "If there is anything still left unsaid by thee, O Vidura, say it then, as I am ready to listen to thee." The discourse is, indeed, charming. Vidura said, "O Dhritarashtra, O thou of the Bharata race, that ancient and immortal Rishi Sanatsujata who, leading a life perpetual celibacy, hath said that there is no death, that foremost of all intelligent persons, will expound to thee all the doubts in thy mind, both expressed and unexpressed." Dhritarashtra said, "Dost thou not know what that immortal Rishi will say unto me? O Vidura, do thou say it, if indeed thou hast that degree of wisdom." Vidura said, "I am born in the Sudra order and, therefore, do not venture to say more than what I have already said. The understanding, however, of that Rishi leading a life of celibacy is regarded by me to be infinite. He that is a Brahmana by birth, by discoursing on even the profoundest mysteries, never incurreth the censure of the gods. It is for this alone that I do not discourse to thee upon the subject." Dhritarashtra said, "Tell me, O Vidura, how with this body of mine I can meet with that ancient and immortal one." Vyasa said, "Then Vidura began to think of that Rishi of rigid vows. And knowing that he was thought of, the Rishi, O Bharata, showed himself there. Vidura then received him with the rites prescribed by ordinance. And when, having rested a while, the Rishi was seated at his ease, Vidura addressed him, saying, 'O illustrious one, there is a doubt in Dhritarashtra's mind which is incapable of being explained away by me. It behoveth thee, therefore, to expound it, so that listening to thy discourse, this chief of men may tide over all his sorrows, and to that gain and loss, what is agreeable and what disagreeable, decrepitude and death, fright and jealousy, hunger and thirst, pride and prosperity, dislike, sleep, lust and wrath, and decrease and increase may all be borne by him." Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 42. Vyasa said, "Then the illustrious and wise King Dhritarashtra, having applauded the words spoken by Vidura, questioned Sanatsujata in secret, desirous of obtaining the highest of all knowledge. And the king questioned the Rishi, saying, 'O Sanatsujata, I hear that thou art of the opinion that there is no death. Again, it is said that the gods and the Asuras practice ascetic austerities in order to avoid death. Of these two opinions, then, which is true?' Sanatsujata said, 'Some say, death is avertible by particular acts, others opinion there is no death. Thou hast asked me which of these is true. Listen to me, O king, as I discourse to thee on this, so that thy doubts may be removed. Know, O Kshatriya, that both of these are true. The learned are of opinion that death results from ignorance. I say that ignorance is death, and so the absence of ignorance, knowledge, is immortality. It is from ignorance that the Asuras became subject to defeat and death, and it is from the absence of ignorance that the gods have attained the nature of Brahman. Death doth not devour creatures like a tiger, its form itself is unascertainable. Besides this, some imagine Yama to be death. This, however, is due to the weakness of the mind. The pursuit of Brahman or self-knowledge is immortality. That imaginary God, Yama, holdeth his sway in the region of the Pitris, being the source of bliss to the virtuous and of woe to the sinful. It is at his command that death in the form of wrath, ignorance, and covetousness occurreth among men. Swayed by pride, men always walk an unrighteous path. None amongst them succeeds in attaining to his real nature. With their understanding clouded, and themselves swayed by their passions, they cast off their bodies and repeatedly fall into hell. They are always followed by their senses. It is for this that ignorance receives the name of death. Those men that desire the fruits of action when the time cometh for enjoying those fruits, proceed to heaven, casting off their bodies. Hence they cannot avoid death. Embodied creatures, from inability to attain the knowledge of Brahman and from their connection with earthly enjoyments, are obliged to sojourn in a cycle of rebirths, up and down and around. The natural inclination of man towards pursuits that are unreal is alone the cause of the senses being led to error. The soul that is constantly affected by the pursuit of objects that are unreal, remembering only that with which it is always engaged, adoreth only earthly enjoyments that surround it. The desire of enjoyments first killeth men. Lust and wrath soon follow behind it. These three, viz., the desire of enjoyments, lust, and wrath, lead foolish men to death. They, however, that have conquered their souls, succeed by self-restraint to escape death. He that hath conquered his soul without suffering himself to be excited by his ambitious desire, conquereth these, regarding them as of no value, by the aid of self-knowledge. Ignorance, assuming the form of Yama, cannot devour that learned man who controlled his desires in this manner. That man who followeth his desires is destroyed along with his desires. He, however, that can renounce desire, can certainly drive away all kinds of woe. Desire is, indeed, ignorance and darkness and hell in respect of all creatures, for swayed by it they lose their senses. As intoxicated persons in walking along a street reel towards ruts and holes, so men under the influence of desire, misled by deluding joys, run towards destruction. What can death do to a person whose soul hath not been confounded or misled by desire? To him, death hath no terrors, like a tiger made of straw. Therefore, O Kshatriya, if the existence of desire, which is ignorance, is to be destroyed, no wish, not even the slightest one, is either to be thought of or pursued. That soul, which is in thy body, associated as it is with wrath and covetousness and filled with ignorance, that is death. Knowing that death arises in this way, he that relies on knowledge entertaineth no fear of death. Indeed, as the body is destroyed when brought under the influence of death, so death itself is destroyed when it comes under the influence of knowledge. Dhritarashtra said, "The Vedas declare the emancipating capacity of those highly sacred and eternal regions that are said to be obtainable by the regenerate classes by prayers and sacrifices." Knowing this, why should not a learned person have recourse to religious acts? Sanat said, "Indeed, he that is without knowledge proceedeth thither by the path indicated by thee, and the Vedas also declare that thither are both bliss and emancipation. But he that regardeth the material body to be self, if he succeeds in renouncing desire, at once attaineth emancipation, or Brahman. If, however, one seeketh emancipation without renouncing desire, one must have to proceed along the prescribed route of action, taking care to destroy the chances of his retracing the routes that he hath once passed over." Dhritarashtra said, "Who is it that urgeth that unborn and ancient one? If, again, it is he that is all this universe in consequence of his having entered everything, without desire as he is, what can be his action or his happiness? O learned sage, tell me all this truly." Sanat said, "There is great objection in completely identifying, as here, the two that are different creatures always spring from the union of conditions, with what in its essence is without conditions. This view doth not detract from the supremacy of the unborn and the ancient one. As for men, they also originate in the union of conditions. All this that appears is nothing but that everlasting supreme soul. Indeed, the universe is created by the Supreme Soul itself undergoing transformations. The Vedas to attribute this power of self-transformation to the Supreme Soul. For the identity, again, of the power and its possessor Both the Vedas and others are the authority. Dhritarashtra said, in this world, some practice virtue, and some renounce action or karma, adopting what is called sannyasa yoga. Respecting those that practice virtue, I ask, is virtue competent to destroy vice, or is it itself destroyed by vice? Sanat said, the fruits of virtue and of perfect inaction are both serviceable in that respect, i.e., for procuring emancipation. Indeed, both are sure means for the attainment of emancipation. The man, however, that is wise, achieveth success by knowledge and action. On the other hand, the materialist acquireth merit by action and, as the consequence thereof, emancipation. He hath also, in course of his pursuit, to incur sin. Having obtained again fruits of both virtue and vice, which are transitory, heaven having its end as also hell in respect of the virtuous and the sinful, the man of action becometh once more addicted to action as the consequence of his own previous virtues and vices. The man of action, however, who possesseth intelligence, destroyeth his sins by his virtuous acts. Virtue, therefore, is strong, and hence the success of the man of action. Dhritarashtra said, tell me, according to their gradation, of those eternal regions that are said to be attainable, as the fruits of their own virtuous acts, by regenerate persons, engaged in the practice of virtue. Speak unto me of others regions also of a similar kind. O learned sire, I do not wish to hear of actions, towards which man's heart naturally inclineth, however interdicted or sinful they may be. Sanat said, those regenerate persons that take pride in their yoga practices, like strong men in their own strength, departing hence, shine in the region of Brahman. Those regenerate persons that proudly exert in performing sacrifices and other Vedic rites, as the fruit of that knowledge which is theirs, and consequence of those acts, freed from this world, proceed to that region which is the abode of the deities. There are others, again, conversant with the Vedas, who are of opinion that the performance of the sacrifices and rites, ordained by the Vedas, is obligatory, their non-performance being sinful. Wedded to external forms, though seeking the development of the inner self, for they practice these rites for only virtue's sake and not for the accomplishment of particular aims, these persons should not be regarded very highly, although some respect should be theirs. Wherever, again, food and drink worthy of a Brahmana are abundant, like grass and reeds in a spot during the rainy season, there should the yogin seek for his livelihood, without afflicting the householder of scanty means. By no means should he afflict his own self by hunger and thirst. In a place where there may be both inconvenience and danger to one, for one's aversion, to disclose one's superiority, he that doth not proclaim his superiority is better than he that doth. The food offered by that person who is not pained at the sight of another disclosing his superiority, and who never eateth without offering the prescribed share to brahmanas and guests, is approved by the righteous. As a dog oftentimes devoureth its own evacuations to its injury, so those yogins devour their own vomit who procure their livelihood by disclosing their preeminence. The wise know him for a Brahmana, who, living in the midst of kindred, wishes his religious practices to remain always unknown to them. What other Brahmana deserveth to know the Supreme Soul, that is unconditioned, without attributes, unchangeable, one and alone, and without duality of any kind? In consequence of such practices, a Kshatriya can know the Supreme Soul and behold it in his own soul. He that regardeth the soul to be the acting and feeling self, what sins are not committed by that thief who robbeth the soul of its attributes? A Brahmana should be without exertion, should never accept gifts, should win the respect of the righteous, should be quiet, and though conversant with the Vedas should seem to be otherwise, for then only may he attain to knowledge and know Brahman. They that are poor in earthly but rich in heavenly wealth and sacrifices become unconquerable and fearless, and they should be regarded as embodiments of Brahman. That person even in this world who, by performing sacrifices, succeedeth in meeting with the gods that bestow all kinds of desirable objects on performers of sacrifices, is not equal to him that knoweth Brahman, for the performer of sacrifices hath to undergo exertions, while he that knoweth Brahman attaineth to him without such exertions. He was said to be really honored, who, destitute of actions, is honored by the deities. He should never regard himself as honored who is honored by others. One should not, therefore, grieveth when one is not honored by others. People act according to their nature just as they open and shut their eyelids, and it is only the learned that pay respect to others. The man that is respected should think so. They again, in this world, that are foolish, apt to sin, and adepts in deceit, never pay respect to those that are worthy of respect. On the other hand, they always show disrespect to such persons. The world's esteem and asceticism, practices of mauna, can never exist together. Know that this world is for those that are candidates for esteem, while the other world is for those that are devoted to asceticism. Here, in this world, O Kshatriya, happiness, the world's esteem, resides in worldly prosperity. The latter, however, is an impediment to heavenly bliss. Heavenly prosperity, on the other hand, is unattainable by one that is without true wisdom. The righteous say that there are various kinds of gates, all difficult of being guarded, for giving access to the last kind of prosperity. These are truth, uprightness, modesty, self-control, purity of mind in conduct, and knowledge of the Vedas. These 6 are destructive of vanity and ignorance. Footnotes 93:1 The question that Dhritarashtra asks is easy enough. The rishi having applauded knowledge and its efficacy in procuring emancipation, the king asks, if knowledge is of such efficacy, what then is the value of karma or acts, i.e. prayers and sacrifices as ordained in the Vedas? Ijaya is the instrumental form of ijaya, meaning sacrifices, religious rites, and ceremonies. Paratham is explained by Nilkantha to mean mokshaprapakatvam, i.e., capacity to lead to emancipation. It should be noted here that the Hindu idea of emancipation is not bliss enjoyed by a conscious self, but freedom from the obligation of rebirth and karma. Mere karma, as such, implies pain and misery, and the Supreme Soul, Parabrahman, is without action and attributes. Although other kinds of salvation are spoken of in other systems of philosophy, the emancipation that forms the subject of these queries and answers is freedom from this karma. 93:2 The Rishi answers, yes, karma or action does, indeed, lead to the emancipate state. In the regions, of which thou speakest, there are both bliss and emancipation. Arthajata is explained by Nilkantha to mean Bojamokshakya Prayajana Samanayam. The second line is elliptical, the construction being Paratma Aniha, San, Puramayati, and Yathatu, Margina Margan Nihatya Puram, Prayati. Paratma is explained by Nilkantha to mean one who regards the material body to be self. In the succeeding slokas, the Rishi uses the word Dihin, which, in this connection, is the same as Dihabhamanan. The Rishi's answer is the materialist, by renouncing desire, attaineth to the state of the Supreme Soul, i.e., emancipation. The sense seems to be that by renouncing desire, both actions and attributes are lost. The state, therefore, of such a soul is one of inaction, or perfect quietude and the absence of attributes, which is exactly the nature of the Supreme Soul. If, again, emancipation be sought without extinguishing desire, i.e., by the aid of work, prayers, and sacrifices, it is to be attained by extinguishing path by a path, i.e., the seeker is to proceed along a definite or prescribed or ordained route, taking care that the portions of the route he once passes over may not have to be retrodden by him. Action, as explained in a subsequent sloka, leadeth, it is true, to regions of bliss and emancipation, but that state is transitory, for when the merit is extinguished, the state that was attained in consequence of it is extinguished, and the person falling off has to recommence action. If, therefore, permanent emancipation is to be attained, the obligation of recommencing action must be got rid of, i.e., care must be taken that the portions of the route once passed over may not have to be retrodden. 94:1 Apparently this question of Dhritarashtra is not connected with what precedes. The connection, however, is intimate, and the question follows as a corollary from the Rishi's last answer. The Rishi, having said that the ordinary soul, by a certain process, i.e., renunciation of desire, attains to the state of the Supreme Soul, Dhritarashtra infers that vice versa, it is the Supreme Soul that becomes the ordinary soul, for, as Nilkantha puts it in the phraseology of the Nyaya school, things different cannot become what they are not, and unless things are similar, they cannot become of the same nature. Applying this maxim of the Nyaya, it is seen that when the ordinary soul becomes the Supreme Soul, these are not different, and, therefore, it is the Supreme Soul that becomes the ordinary soul. Under this impression, Dhritarashtra asks, well, if it is the Supreme Soul that becomes the ordinary soul, who is it that urgeth the Supreme Soul to become so? And if all this universe be indeed that soul, in consequence of the latter pervading and entering into everything, then divested of desire as the Supreme Soul is, where is the possibility of its action or work being the direct consequence of desire? If it is answered that the universe is the deity's lila, mere sport, as some schools of philosophy assert, then, as every sport is ascribable to some motive of happiness, what can be the happiness of the deity, who, as presupposed, is without desire? 94:2 The Rishi answers there is a great objection in admitting the complete or essential identity of things different, i.e., the ordinary soul and Supreme Soul being different, their identity cannot be admitted. As regards creatures, they flow continually from anadiyoga, i.e., the union of the Supreme Soul, which in itself is unconditioned, with the conditions of space, time, etc., i.e., there is this much of identity, therefore, between the ordinary and the Supreme Soul, but not a complete or essential identity. It is also in consequence of this that the superiority of the Supreme Soul is not lost. The opposite theory would be destructive of that superiority. The favorite analogy of the thinkers of this school for explaining the connection of the Supreme Soul with the universe is derived from the connection of akasa with gadakasa, i.e., space absolute and unconditioned in space as confined by the limits of a vessel. The latter has a name, is moved when the vessel is moved, and is limited in space, while space itself, of which the vessel's space forms a part, is absolute and unconditioned, immovable, and unlimited. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 43. Dhritarashtra said, what is the object of asceticism, Mauna? Of the two kinds of Mauna, viz., the restraining of speech and meditation, which is approved by thee? O learned one, tell me the true aspect of Mauna. Can a person of learning attain to a state of quietude and emancipation, moksha, by that Mauna? O Muni, how also is asceticism, Mauna, to be practiced here? Sanat Sujata said, since the Supreme Soul cannot be penetrated by both the Vedas and the mind, it is for this that soul itself is called Mauna. That from which both the Vedic syllable Om and this one, ordinary sounds, have arisen, that one, O king, is displayed as the word. Dhritarashtra said, is he that knoweth both the Rig and the Yajus Vedas, is he that knoweth the Samaveda, sullied by sins, or not when he committeth sins? Sanatsujata said, I tell thee truly that the man that hath not restrained his senses is not rescued from his sinful acts by either the Sama or the Rig or the Yajurveda. The Vedas never rescue from sin the deceitful person living by deceit. On the other hand, like new-fledged birds forsaking their nest, the Vedas forsake such a person at the end. Dhritarashtra said, O thou that hast restrained thy senses, if, indeed, the Vedas are not competent to rescue a person without the aid of virtue, whence then is this delusion of the Brahmanas that the Vedas are always destructive of sins? Sanatsujata said, O magnanimous one, this universe hath sprung from that supreme soul by the union of conditions respecting name, form, and other attributes. The Vedas also, pointing it out duly, declare the same, and inculcate that the Supreme Soul and the universe are different and not identical. It is for attaining to that Supreme Soul that asceticism and sacrifices are ordained, and it is by these two that the man of learning earneth virtue. Destroying sin by virtue, his soul is enlightened by knowledge. The man of knowledge, by the aid of knowledge, attaineth to the Supreme Soul. Otherwise, he that coveteth the four objects of human pursuit, taking with him all that he doth here, enjoyeth their fruits hereafter, and, as those fruits are not everlasting, cometh back to the region of action, when the enjoyment is over. Indeed, the fruits of ascetic austerities performed in this world have to be enjoyed in the other world, as regards those persons who have not obtained the mastery of their souls. As regards those Brahmanas employed in ascetic practices, who have the mastery of their souls, even these regions are capable of yielding fruits. Dhritarashtra said, O Sanatsujata, how can ascetic austerities, which are all of the same kind, be sometimes successful and sometimes unsuccessful? Tell us this in order that we may know it. Sanatsujata said, that asceticism which is not stained by desire and other faults is said to be capable of procuring emancipation, and is, therefore, successful, while the asceticism that is stained by vanity and want of true devotion is regarded unsuccessful. All thy inquiries, O Kshatriya, touch the very root of asceticism. It is by asceticism that they that are learned know Brahman and win immortality. Dhritarashtra said, I have listened to what thou hast said about asceticism unstained by faults, and by which I have succeeded in knowing an eternal mystery. Tell me now, O Sanatsujata, about asceticism that is stained by faults. Sanatsujata said, O king, the 12, including anger, as also the 13 kinds of wickedness, are the faults of asceticism that is stained. Anger, lust, avarice, ignorance of right and wrong, discontent, cruelty, malice, vanity, grief, love of pleasure, envy, and speaking ill of others, are generally the faults of human beings. These 12 should always be avoided by men. Any one amongst these can singly effect the destruction of men, O bull among men. Indeed, every one of these wait for opportunity in respect of men, like a hunter expectant of opportunities in respect of deer. Assertion of one's own superiority, desire of enjoying others' wives, humiliating others from excess of pride, wrathfulness, fickleness, and refusing to maintain those worthy of being maintained, these 6 acts of wickedness are always practiced by sinful men, defying all dangers here and hereafter. He that regards the gratification of lust to be one of life's aims, he that is exceedingly proud, he that grieves having given away, he that never spends money, he that persecutes his subjects by exacting hateful taxes, he that delights in the humiliation of others, and he that hates his own wives, these 7 are others that are also called wicked. Righteousness, truth, abstention from injury and truthfulness of speech, self-restraint, asceticism, delight in the happiness of others, modesty, forbearance, love of others, sacrifices, gifts, perseverance, knowledge of the scriptures, these 12 constitute the practices of Brahmanas. He that succeeds in acquiring these 12 becomes competent to sway the entire earth. He that is endued with 3, 2, or even 1 of these should be regarded of heavenly prosperity. Self-restraint, renunciation, and knowledge of self, and these are emancipation. Those Brahmanas that are endued with wisdom say that these are attributes in which truth predominates. Self-restraint is constituted by 18 virtues. Breaches and non-observance of ordained acts and omissions, falsehood, malice, lust, wealth, love of sensual pleasure, anger, grief, thirst, avarice, deceit, joy in the misery of others, envy, injuring others, regret, aversion from pious acts, forgetfulness of duty, calumniating others, and vanity. He that is freed from these 18 vices is said by the righteous to be self-restrained. The 18 faults that have been enumerated constitute what is called mata or pride. Renunciation is of 6 kinds. The reverse of those 6 again are faults called mata. The faults, therefore, that go by the name of mata are 18 and 6. The 6 kinds of renunciation are all commendable. The third only is difficult of practice, but by that all sorrow is overcome. Indeed, if that kind of renunciation be accomplished in practice, he that accomplishes it overcomes all the pairs of contraries in the world. The 6 kinds of renunciation are all commendable. They are these. The first is never experiencing joy on occasions of prosperity. The second is the abandonment of sacrifices, prayers, and pious acts. That which is called the third, O king, is the abandonment of desire or withdrawing from the world. Indeed, it is in consequence of this third kind of renunciation of desire, which is evidenced by the abandonment of all objects of enjoyment, without enjoying them, and not their abandonment after having enjoyed them to the fill, nor by abandonment after acquisition, nor by abandonment only after one has become incompetent to enjoy from loss of appetite. The fourth kind of renunciation consists in this: one should not grieve nor suffer himself to be afflicted by grief when one's actions fail, notwithstanding one's possession of all the virtues and all kinds of wealth. Or, when anything disagreeable happens, one feeleth no pain. The fifth kind of renunciation consists in not soliciting even one's sons, wives, and others that may all be very dear. The sixth kind consists in giving away to a deserving person who solicits, which act of gifts is always productive of merit. By these again, one acquires the knowledge of self. As regards this last attribute, it involves 8 qualities. These are truth, meditation, distinction of subject and object, capacity for drawing inferences, withdrawal from the world, never taking what belongeth to others, the practices of brahmacharya vows, abstinence, and non-acceptance of gifts. So also the attribute of mata, the opposite of dhamma or self-restraint, hath faults which have all been indicated in the scriptures. These faults should be avoided. I have spoken to thee of renunciation and self-knowledge. And as self-knowledge hath 8 virtues, so the one of it hath 8 faults. Those faults should be avoided. O Bharata, he that is liberated from this 5 senses, mind, the past, and the future, becomes happy. O king, let thy soul be devoted to truth. All the worlds are established on truth. Indeed, self-control, renunciation, and self-knowledge are said to have truth for their foremost attribute. Avoiding these faults, one should practice asceticism here. The ordainer hath ordained that truth alone should be the vow of the righteous. Asceticism, that is dissociated from these faults and endued with these virtues, becomes the source of great prosperity. I have now briefly told these about that sin-destroying and sacred subject which thou hadst asked me, and which is capable of liberating a person from birth, death, and decrepitude. Dhritarashtra said, with Akyana, Puranas, as their fifth. The Vedas declare the Supreme Soul to be this universe consisting of mobile and immobile things. Others regard 4 Godheads, and others 3, others again regard 2, and others only 1, and others regard Brahman alone as the sole existent object, there being nothing else possessing a separate existence. Amongst these, which should I know to be really possessed of the knowledge of Brahman? Sanatsujata, there is but one Brahman which is truth's self. It is from ignorance of that one that Godheads have been conceived to be diverse. But who is there, O king, that hath attained to truth's self or Brahman? Man regardeth himself wise without knowing that one object of knowledge, and from desire of happiness is engaged in study and the practices of charity and sacrifices. They have deviated from truth, Brahman, and entertain purposes corresponding with their state, and hence relying on the truth of Vedic texts thereof perform sacrifices. Some perform, or attain the object of, sacrifices by the mind, meditation, some by words, recitation of particular prayers, or yapa, and some by acts, actual consummation of the yadishtoma and other costly rites. The person, however, who seeketh Brahman through truth, obtaineth his desired objects at home. When, however, one's purposes become abortive, through absence of knowledge of self, one should adopt vows of silence and such like, called dikshavrata. Indeed, diksha cometh from the root diksha, meaning the observance of vows. As regards those that have knowledge of self, with them truth is the highest object of pursuit. The fruits of knowledge are visible, asceticism yieldeth fruits hereafter. A Brahmana who, without knowledge and asceticism, hath only read much should only be known as a great reader. Therefore, O Kshatriya, never think that one can be a Brahman, Brahman knowing, by only reading the scriptures. He, on the other hand, should be known by thee to be possessed of the knowledge of the Brahman who doth not deviate from truth. O Kshatriya, the verses that were recited by Atharvan to a conclave of great sages, in days of old, are known by the name of Chandas. They are not be regarded as acquainted with the Chandas who have only read through the Vedas, without having attained to the knowledge of him who is known through the Vedas. The Chandas, O best of men, become the means of obtaining Brahman independently and without the necessity of anything foreign. They cannot be regarded as acquainted with the Chandas who are acquainted only with the modes of sacrifice enjoined in the Vedas. On the other hand, having waited upon those that are acquainted with the Vedas, have not the righteous attained to the object that is knowable by the Vedas? There is none who hath truly caught the sense of the Vedas, or there may be some who have, O king, caught the sense. He that hath only read the Vedas doth not know the object knowable by them. He, however, that is established in truth, know the object knowable by the Vedas. Amongst those faculties which lead to perception of the body as the acting agent, there is none by which true knowledge may be acquired. By the mind alone one cannot acquire the knowledge of self and not self. Indeed, he that knoweth self also knoweth what is not self. He, on the other hand, that knoweth only what is not self, doth not know truth. He, again, that knoweth the proofs, knoweth also that which is sought to be proved. But what that object in its nature is, which is sought to be proved, is not known to either the Vedas or those that are acquainted with the Vedas. For all that, however, those Brahmanas that are, truly, acquainted with the Vedas succeed in obtaining a knowledge of the object knowable by the Vedas through the Vedas. As the branch of a particular tree is sometimes resorted to for pointing out the lunar digit of the first day of the lighted fortnight, so the Vedas are used for indicating the highest attributes of the Supreme Soul. I know him to be a Brahmana, possessing a knowledge of Brahman, who expoundeth the doubts of others, having himself mastered all his own doubts, and who is possessed of the knowledge of self. One cannot find what the soul is by seeking in the east, the south, the west, the north, or in the subsidiary directions, or horizontally. Very rarely can it be found in him who regardeth this body be to self. Beyond the conception of even the Vedas, the man of yoga meditation only can behold the Supreme. Completely restraining all thy senses and thy mind, also seek thou that Brahman which is known to reside in thy own soul. He is not a muni who practiseth only yoga meditation, nor he who liveth only in the woods, having retired from the world. He, however, is a muni and is superior to all who knoweth his own nature. In consequence of one's being able to expound every object, Vyakarana, one is said to be endued with universal knowledge, Vyakarana, and, indeed, the science itself is called Vyakarana owing to its being able to expound every object to its very root, which is Brahman. The man who beholdeth all the regions as present before his eyes is said to be possessed of universal knowledge. He that stayeth in truth and knoweth Brahman is said to be a Brahmana, and a Brahmana possesseth universal knowledge. A Kshatriya also, that practices such virtues, may behold Brahman. He may also attain to that high state by ascending step by step, according to what is indicated in the Vedas. Knowing it for certain, I tell thee this. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 44. Dhritarashtra said, Excellent, O Sanatsujata, as this thy discourse is, treating of the attainment of Brahman and the origin of the universe. I pray thee, O celebrated Rishi, to go on telling me words such as these, that are unconnected with objects of worldly desire and are, therefore, rare among men. Sanatsujata said, That Brahman about which thou askest me with such joy is not to be attained soon. After, the senses have been restrained, and the will hath been merged in the pure intellect, the state that succeeds in one of utter absence of worldly thought. Even that is knowledge, leading to the attainment of Brahman. It is attainable only by practicing Brahmacharya. Dhritarashtra said, Thou sayest that the knowledge of Brahman dwelleth of itself in the mind, being only discovered by Brahmacharya, that is dwelling in the mind. It requires for its manifestation no efforts, such as are necessary for work, being manifested of itself during the seeking, by means of Brahmacharya. How then is the immortality associated with the attainment of Brahman? Sanatsujata said, Though residing in and inherent to the mind, the knowledge of Brahman is still unmanifest. It is by the aid of the pure intellect and Brahmacharya that knowledge is made manifest. Indeed, having attained to that knowledge, yogins forsake this world. It is always to be found among eminent preceptors. I shall now discourse to thee on that knowledge. Dhritarashtra said, What should be the nature of that Brahmacharya by which the knowledge of Brahman might be attained without much difficulty? O regenerate one, tell me this. Sanatsujata said, They, who, residing in the abodes of their preceptors and winning their goodwill and friendship, practice Brahmacharya austerities, become even in this world the embodiments of Brahman, and casting off their bodies are united with the Supreme Soul. They that in this world desirous of obtaining the state of Brahman, subdue all desires, and endued as they are with righteousness, they succeed in dissociating the soul from the body like a blade projected from a clump of heath. The body, O Bharata, is created by these, viz. the father and the mother. The new birth, however, that is due to the preceptor's instructions is sacred, free from decrepitude, and immortal. Discoursing upon Brahman and granting immortality, he who wraps all persons with the mantle of truth should be regarded as father and mother, and bearing in mind the good he does, one should never do him any injury. A disciple must habitually salute his preceptor with respect, and with purity of body and mind, and well-directed attention, he must betake to study. He must not consider any service as mean, and must not harbor anger. Even this is the first step of Brahmacharya. The practices of that disciple who acquires knowledge by observing the duties ordained for one of his class are regarded also as the first step of Brahmacharya. A disciple should, with his very life and all his possessions, in thought, word, and deed, do all that is agreeable to the preceptor. This is regarded as the second step of Brahmacharya. He should behave towards his preceptor's wife and son also in the same way as towards his preceptor himself. This also is regarded as the second step of Brahmacharya. Bearing well in mind what has been done to him by the preceptor, and understanding also its object, the disciple should, with a delighted heart, think, "I have been taught and made great by him." This is the third step of Brahmacharya. Without requiring the preceptor by payment of the final gift, a wise disciple must not betake to another mode of life, nor should he say or even think of in his mind, "I make this gift." This is the fourth step of Brahmacharya. He attaineth the first step of knowledge of Brahman, which is the object of Brahmacharya by aid of time, the second step, through the preceptor's prelections, the third, by the power of his own understanding, and finally, the fourth, by discussion. The learned have said that Brahmacharya is constituted by the 12 virtues, the yoga practices are called its angas, and perseverance in yoga meditation called is its valam, and one is crowned with success in this in consequence of the preceptor's aid and the understanding of the sense of the Vedas. Whatever wealth a disciple, thus engaged, may earn, should all be given to the preceptor. It is thus that the preceptor obtaineth his highly praiseworthy livelihood. And thus also should the disciple behave towards the preceptor's son. Thus stationed, in Brahmacharya, the disciple thriveth by all means in this world and obtaineth numerous progeny and fame. Men also from all directions shower wealth upon him, and many people come to his abode for practicing Brahmacharya. It is through Brahmacharya of this kind that the celestials attain to their divinity, and sages, highly blessed and of great wisdom, have obtained the region of Brahman. It is by this that the Gandharvas and the Apsaras acquired such personal beauty, and it is through Brahmacharya that Surya riseth to make the day. As the seekers of the philosopher's stone derive great happiness when they obtain the object of their search, those mentioned above, the celestials and others, on completing their Brahmacharya, derive great happiness in consequence of being able to have whatever they desire. He, O king, who devoted to the practice of ascetic austerities, betaketh himself to Brahmacharya in its entirety and thereby purifieth his body, is truly wise, for by this he becometh like a child, free from all evil passions, and triumpheth over death at last. Men, O Kshatriya, by work, however, pure, obtain only worlds that are perishable. He, however, that is blessed with knowledge, attaineth, by the aid of that knowledge, to Brahman which is everlasting. There is no other path than knowledge or the attainment of Brahman, leading to emancipation. Dhritarashtra said, "The existence of Brahman, thou sayest, a wise man perceiveth in his own soul. Now, is Brahman white, or red, or black, or blue, or purple? Tell me what is the true form and color of the omnipresent and eternal Brahman." Sanat said, "Indeed, Brahman as perceived may appear as white, red, black, brown, or bright. But neither on the earth, nor in the sky, nor in the water of the ocean, is there anything like it, neither in the stars, nor in lightning, nor in the clouds, is its form to be seen, nor is it visible in the atmosphere, nor in the deities, nor in the moon, nor in the sun. Neither in the Riks, nor among the Yajus, nor among the Atharvans, nor in the pure Samans, it is to be found. Verily, O king, it is not to be found in Rathantara or Varhadratha, nor in great sacrifices. Incapable of being compassed and lying beyond the reach of the limited intellect, even the universal destroyer, after the dissolution, is himself lost in it. Incapable of being gazed at, It is subtle as the edge of the razor, and grosser than mountains. It is the basis upon which everything is founded. It is unchangeable. It is this visible universe, omnipresent. It is vast. It is delightful. Creatures have all sprung from it and are to return to it. Free from all kinds of duality, it is manifest as the universe and all-pervading. Men of learning say that it is without any change, except in the language used to describe it. They are emancipated that are acquainted with that in which this universe is established. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 45. Sanatsujata said, sorrow, anger, covetousness, lust, ignorance, laziness, malice, self-importance, continuous desire of gain, affection, jealousy, and evil speech, these 12, O monarch, are grave faults that are destructive of men's lives. Each of these, O monarch, wait for opportunities to seize mankind. Afflicted by them, men lose their senses and commit sinful acts. He that is covetous, he that is fierce, he that is harsh of speech, he that is garrulous, he that is given to nursing anger, he that is boastful, these 6 of wicked disposition, on obtaining wealth, cannot treat others with courtesy. He that regardeth sensual gratification as the end of life, he that is self-conceited, he that boasteth having made a gift, he that never spendeth, he that is weak in mind, he that is given to self-admiration, and he that hateth his own wife, these 7 are counted as wicked men of sinful habits. Righteousness, truth, asceticism, self-restraint, contentment, modesty, renunciation, love of others, gift, acquaintance with the Scriptures, patience, and forgiveness, these 12 are the practices of a Brahmana. He that doth not fall off from these 12 may sway the entire earth. He that is endued with 3, or 2, or even 1 of these doth never regard anything as his own to the exclusion of others. Self-restraint, renunciation, and knowledge, in these reside emancipation. These are the attributes of Brahmanas endued with wisdom and regarding Brahman as the highest of all objects of attainment. True or false, it is not laudable for a Brahmana to speak ill of others. They that do this have hell for their abode. Mata hath 18 faults which have not yet been enumerated by me. They are ill will towards others, throwing obstacles in the way of virtuous acts, detraction, falsehood in speech, lust, anger, dependence, speaking ill of others, finding out the faults of others for report, waste of wealth, quarrel, insolence, cruelty to living creatures, malice, ignorance, disregard of those that are worthy of regard, loss of the senses of right and wrong, and always seeking to injure others. A wise man, therefore, should not give way to mata, for the accompaniments of mata are censurable. Friendship is said to possess 6 indications. Firstly, friends delight in the prosperity of friends, and secondly, are distressed at their adversity. If anyone asketh for anything which is dear to his heart, but which should not be asked for, a true friend surely giveth away even that. Fourthly, a true friend who is of a righteous disposition, when asked, can give away his very prosperity, his beloved sons, and even his own wife. Fifthly, a friend should not dwell in the house of a friend, on whom he may have bestowed everything, but should enjoy what he earneth himself. Sixthly, a friend stoppeth not to sacrifice his own good for his friend. The man of wealth who seeketh to acquire those good qualities, and who becometh charitable and righteous restraineth his 5 senses from their respective objects. Such restraint of the senses is asceticism. When it groweth in degree, it is capable of winning regions of bliss hereafter, unlike knowledge which leadeth to success even here. They that have fallen off from patience, and are incapable, therefore, of attaining to knowledge, acquire such asceticism in consequence of the purpose they entertain, viz., the attainment of bliss in the high regions hereafter. In consequence of his ability to grasp that truth, Brahman, from which sacrifices flow, the yogin is capable of performing sacrifices by the mind. Another performeth sacrifices by words, yapa, and another by work. Truth, Brahman, resides in him who knoweth Brahman as vested with attributes. It dwelleth more completely in him who knoweth Brahman as divested of attributes. Listen now to something else from me. This high and celebrated philosophy should be taught to disciples. All other systems are only a farrago of words. The whole of this universe is established in this yoga philosophy. They that are acquainted with it are not subjected to death. O king, one cannot, by work, however well accomplished, attain to truth, Brahman. The man that is destitute of knowledge, even if he poureth homo libations or performeth sacrifices, can never, by work, O king, attain to immortality, emancipation. Nor doth he enjoy great happiness at the end. Restraining all the external senses and alone, one should seek Brahman. Giving up work, one should not exert mentally. One should also, while thus engaged, avoid experiencing joy at praise or anger at blame. O Kshatriya, by conducting himself in this way according to the successive steps indicated in the Vedas, one may, even here, attain to Brahman. This, O learned one, is all that I tell thee. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 46. Sanatsujata said, the primary seed of the universe, called Mahayasas, is destitute of accidents, is pure knowledge, and blazeth with effulgence. It letteth the senses, and it is in consequence of that seed that Surya shineth. That eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. It is in consequence of that seed, which is joy's self, that Brahman becomes capable of creation, and it is through it that Brahman increaseth in expansion. It is that seed which entering into luminous bodies giveth light and heat. Without deriving its light and heat from any other thing, it is self-luminous, and is an object of terror to all luminous bodies. The eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. The body composed of the 5 grosser elements that are themselves sprung from the 5 subtler ones, the latter, in their turn, originating in one homogeneous substance called Brahman, is upheld, realized, and consciousness by both the creature soul endued with life and Iswara. These two, during sleep and the universal dissolution, are deprived of consciousness. Brahman, on the other hand, which is never bereft of consciousness, and which is the sun's son, upholdeth both these two and also the earth and the heaven. The eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. The seed upholdeth the 2 gods, the earth and the heaven, the directions, and the whole universe. It is from that seed that directions, points of the compass, and rivers spring, and the vast seas also have derived their origin. The eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. The body is like a car destined to destruction. Its acts, however, are undying. Tied to the wheels of that car, which are represented by the acts of past lives, the senses, that are as steeds, lead, through the region of consciousness, the man of wisdom towards that increate and unchangeable one. That one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. The form of that one cannot be displayed by any comparison. None ever beholdeth him by the eye. They that know him by the rapt faculties, the mind, and the heart, become freed from death. The eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. The stream of illusion is terrible, guarded by the gods, it hath 12 fruits. Drinking of its waters and beholding many sweet things in its midst, men swim along it to and fro. This stream flows from that seed. That eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. Destined to sojourn to and fro, the creature soul, having reflected, enjoyeth, in the other world, only half of the fruits of his acts. It is that creature soul which is Aswara, pervading everything in the universe. It is Aswara that hath ordained sacrifices. That eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. Souls divested of accidents, resorting to avidya, which is like unto a tree of golden foliage, assume accidents, and take births in different orders according to their propensities. That eternal one endued with divinity, in whom all those souls are united, is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. Accidents, which coming in contact with Brahman make the latter assume many forms, raise the universe in its fullness from that Brahman which is full. Those accidents also, in their fullness, arise from Brahman in its fullness. When one succeeds in dispelling all accidents from Brahman which is ever full, that which remains is Brahman in its fullness. That eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. It is from that seed that the 5 elements have arisen, and it is in it that the power resideth for controlling them. It is from that seed that both the consumer and the consumed, called Agni and Soma, have sprung, and it is in it that the living organisms with the senses rest. Everything should be regarded to have sprung from it. That seed called in the Vedas Tad, we are unable to describe. That eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. The vital air called apana is swallowed up by the air called prana, prana is swallowed up by the will, and the will by the intellect, and the intellect by the Supreme Soul. That eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. The Supreme Soul endued with 4 legs, called respectively waking, dream, profound sleep, and turiya, like unto a swan, treading above the unfathomable ocean of worldly affairs, doth not put forth one leg that is hid deep. Unto him that beholdeth that leg, viz., turiya, as put forth for the purpose of guiding the other 3, both death and emancipation are the same. That eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. Of the measure of the thumb, ever full, and different from this eternal organism, coming in contact with the vital airs, the will, the intellect, and the 10 senses, it moveth to and fro. That supreme controller, worthy of reverential hymns, capable of everything when vested with accidents and the prime cause of everything, is manifest as knowledge in creature souls. Fools alone do not behold him. That eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. Among individuals there are those that have obtained the mastery of their minds, and those that have not. Yet in all men the Supreme Soul may be seen equally. Indeed, it resideth equally in him that is emancipate and in him that is not, with only this difference, that they that are emancipate obtain honey flowing in a thick jet. That eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. When one mocketh life's sojourn, having attained to the knowledge of self and not self, then it matters little whether his Agnihotra is performed or not. O monarch, let not such words as "I am thy servant" fall from their lips. The Supreme Soul hath another name, viz., pure knowledge. They only that have restrained their minds obtain him. That eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. Even such is he. Illustrious and full, all living creatures are merged into him. He that knoweth that embodiment of fullness attaineth to his object, emancipation, even here. That eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. That which fleeth away stretching forth thousands of wings, yea, if endued with the speed of the mind, must yet come back to the central spirit within the living organism, in which the most distant things reside. That eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. His form cannot be an object of sight. They only, that are of pure hearts, can behold him. When one seeketh the good of all, succeedeth in controlling his mind, and never suffereth his heart to be affected by grief, then he is said to have purified his heart. Those again that can abandon the world and all its cares, become immortal. That supreme soul which is undying, that eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. Like serpents concealing themselves in holes, there are persons who, following the dictates of their preceptors, or by their own conduct, conceal their vices from scrutiny's gaze. They that are of little sense are deceived by these. In fact, bearing themselves outwardly without any impropriety, these deceive their victims for leading them to hell. Him, therefore, who may be attained by companionship with persons of the very opposite class, that eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. He that is emancipate thinks, this transitory organism can never make me liable to joy and grief and the other attributes inhering to it, nor can there be, in my case, anything like death and birth, and, further, when Brahman, which hath no opposing force to contend against and which is alike in all times and all places, constitutes the resting place of both realities and unrealities, how can emancipation be mine? It is I alone that am the origin and the end of all causes and effects, existing in the form of I or self, that eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. The Brahman-knowing person, who is equal unto Brahman itself, is neither glorified by good acts nor defiled by bad ones. It is only in ordinary men that acts, good or bad, produce different results. The person that knoweth Brahman should be regarded as identical with Amrita or the state called Kaivalya, which is incapable of being affected by either virtue or vice. One should, therefore, disposing his mind in the way indicated, attain to that essence of sweetness, Brahman. That eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. Slander grieveth not the heart of the person that knoweth Brahman, not the thought I have not studied the Veda, or I have not performed my Agnihotra. The knowledge of Brahman soon imparteth to him that wisdom which they only obtain who have restrained their mind. That Brahman which freeth the soul from grief and ignorance, that eternal one endued with divinity is beheld by yogins, by their mental eye. He, therefore, that beholdeth his own self in everything, hath no longer to grieve, for they only have to grieve who are employed in diverse other occupations of the world. As one's purposes, appeasing thirst, etc., may be served in a well as in a large reservoir or vast expanse, so the various purposes of the Vedas may all be derivable by him that knoweth the soul. Dwelling in the heart, and of the measure of the thumb, that illustrious one, the embodiment of fullness, is not an object of sight. Unborn he moveth, awake day and night. He that knoweth him becometh both learned and full of joy. I am called the mother and father. I am again the son. Of all that was, and of all that we will be, I am the soul. O Bharata, I am the old grandsire, I am the father, I am the son. Ye are staying in my soul, yet ye are not mine, nor am I yours. The soul is the cause of my birth and procreation. I am the warp and woof of the universe. That upon which I rest is indestructible. Unborn I move, awake day and night. It is I knowing whom one becometh both learned and full of joy. Subtler than the subtle, of excellent eyes capable of looking into both the past and the future, Brahman is awake in every creature. They that knows him know that universal Father dwelleth in the heart of every created thing. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 47. Vaisampayana said, thus conversing with Sanatsujata and the learned Vidura, the king passed that night. And after the night had passed away, all the princes and chiefs, entered the court hall with joyous hearts and desirous of seeing that Sutta, who had returned, and anxious to hear the message of Parthas, fraught with virtue and profit. All the kings with Dhritarashtra at their head went to that beautiful hall. Spotlessly white and spacious, it was adorned with a golden floor, and effulgent as the moon and exceedingly beautiful, it was sprinkled over with sandal water. And it was spread over with excellent seats made of gold and wood and marble and ivory. And all the seats were wrapped with excellent covers. And Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and Salya and Kritavarman and Jayadratha and Aswathaman and Vikarna and Somadatta and Valaka and Vidura of great wisdom and Yuyutsu, the great car warrior, all these heroic kings in a body, O bull among the Bharatas, having Dhritarashtra at their head, entered that hall of great beauty. And Dasasana and Chitrasena and Sakuni, the son of Suvala, and Dharmaka and Dasa, Karna and Uluka and Vivingsati, these also, with Duryodhana, the wrathful king of the Kurus, at their head, entered that hall, O monarch, like the celestials forming the train of Sakra himself. And filled with these heroes possessed of arms like maces of iron, that hall looked, O king, like a mountain cave filled with lions. And all these mighty bowmen, endued with great energy and blazing, with solar effulgence, entering the hall, seated themselves on those beautiful seats. And after all those kings, O Bharata, had taken their seats, the orderly in waiting announced the arrival of the Sutta's son, saying, Yonder cometh the car that was dispatched to the Pandavas. Our envoy hath returned quickly, by the aid of well-trained steeds of the Sindhu breed. And having approached the place with speed and alighted from the car, Sanjaya adorned with earrings entered that hall full of high-souled kings. And the Sutta said, Ye Kauravas, know that having gone to the Pandavas, I am just returning from them. The sons of Pandu offer their congratulations to all the Kurus according to the age of each. Having offered their respects in return, the sons of Pritha have saluted the aged ones, and those that are equal to them in years, and those also that are younger, just as each should, according to his years, be saluted. Listen, ye kings, to what I, instructed before by Dhritarashtra, said to the Pandavas, having gone to them from this place. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 48. Dhritarashtra said, I ask thee, O Sanjaya, in the presence of my boy and of these kings, what words were said by the illustrious Dhananjaya of might that knoweth no diminution, that leader of warriors, that destroyer of the lives of the wicked? Sanjaya said, Let Duryodhana listen to the words which the high-souled Arjuna, eager for fight, uttered, with Yudhishthira's sanction and in the hearing of Kesava. Fearless, in battle, and conscious of the might of his arms, the heroic Kiritan, eager for fight, spoke thus unto me in the presence of Vasudeva, Do thou, O Sutta, say unto Dhritarashtra's son, in the presence of all the Kurus, and also in the hearing of that Sutta's son, of foul tongue and wicked soul, of little sense, stupid reason, and of numbered days, who always desires to fight against me, and also in the hearing of those kings assembled for fighting against the Pandavas, and do thou see that all the words now uttered by me are heard well by that king with his counselors. O monarch, even as the celestials eagerly listened to the words of their chief armed with the thunderbolt, so did the Pandavas and the Srinjayas listen to those words of grave import uttered by Kiritan. Just these are the words spoken by Arjuna, the wielder of Gandiva, eager for the fight and with eyes red as the lotus. If Dhritarashtra's son doth not surrender to King Yudhishthira of the Ajamata race his kingdom, then, it is evident, there must be some sinful act committed by the sons of Dhritarashtra, whose consequences are yet unreaped by them. For it can be nothing else when they desire battle with Bhimasena and Arjuna, and the Ashwins and Vasudeva and Sini's son, and Drishtadyumna. Infallible in arms, and Sikandin, and Yudhishthira, who is like Indra himself and who can consume heaven and earth by merely wishing them ill. If Dhritarashtra's son desireth war with these, then will all objects of the Pandavas be accomplished. Do not, therefore, propose peace for the sons of Pandu, but have war if thou likest. That bed of woe in the woods, which was Yudhishthira's when that virtuous son of Pandu lived in exile, oh, let a more painful bed than that, on the bare earth, be now Duryodhana's, and let him lie down on it, as his last, deprived of life. When now over those men that were ruled by the wicked Duryodhana of unjust conduct to the side of Pandu's son, endued with modesty and wisdom and asceticism and self-restraint and valor and might regulated by virtue, endued with humility and righteousness, with asceticism and self-restraint and with valor regulated by virtue, and always speaking the truth, our king, though afflicted by numerous deceptions, hath forgiven all and hath patiently borne great wrongs. When the eldest son of Pandu, of soul under proper control, will indignantly dart at the Kurus his terrible wrath accumulated for years, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. As a blazing fire burning all around consumeth dry grass in the hot season, so will Yudhishthira, inflamed with wrath, consume the Dhritarashtra host by glance alone of his eye. When Dhritarashtra's son will behold Bhimasena, that wrathful Pandava of terrific impetus, stationed on his car, mace in hand, vomiting the venom of his wrath, then will Duryodhana repent for this war. Indeed, when he will behold Bhimasena, who always fighteth in the van, accoutred in mail, scarcely capable of being looked at even by his own followers, felling hostile heroes, and devastating the enemy's ranks like Yama himself, then will the exceedingly vain Duryodhana recollect these words. When he will behold elephants, looking like mountain peaks, felled by Bhimasena, blood flowing their broken heads like water from broken casks, then will Dhritarashtra's son repent for this war. When falling upon the sons of Dhritarashtra the fierce Bhima of terrible mien, mace in hand, will slaughter them, like a huge lion falling upon a herd of kine, then will Duryodhana repent for this war. When the heroic Bhima, undaunted even in situations of great danger and skilled in weapons, when that grinder of hostile hosts in battle, mounted on his car, and alone will crush by his mace crowds of superior cars and entire ranks of infantry, seize by his nooses strong as iron the elephants of the hostile army, and mow down the Dhritarashtra's host, like a sturdy woodsman cutting a forest down with an axe, then will Dhritarashtra's son repent for this war. When he will behold the Dhritarashtra's host consumed like a hamlet full of straw-built huts by fire, or a field of ripe corn by lightning, indeed when he will behold his vast army scattered, its leaders slain, and men running away with their back towards the field afflicted with fear, and all the warriors, humbled to the dust, being scorched by Bhimasena with the fire of his weapons, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war, when Nakula, that warrior of wonderful feats, that foremost of all car warriors, dexterously shooting arrows by hundreds, will mangle the car warriors of Duryodhana, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. Accustomed to enjoy all the comforts and luxuries of life, when Nakula, recollecting that bed of woe on which he had slept for a long time in the woods, will vomit the poison of his wrath like an angry snake, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. Ready to lay down their very lives, the allied monarchs, O Sutta, urged to battle by King Yudhishthira the Just, will furiously advance on their resplendent cars against the hostile army. Beholding this, the son of Dhritarashtra will certainly have to repent. When the Kuru prince will behold the 5 heroic sons of Draupadi, tender in years, but not in acts, and all well versed in arms, rush, reckless of their lives, against the Kauravas, then will that son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. When bent upon carnage Sadeva, mounted on his car of noiseless wheels, and motion incapable of being obstructed, and set with golden stars, and drawn by well-trained steeds, will make the heads of monarchs roll on the field of battle with volleys of arrows. Indeed, beholding that warrior skilled in weapons, seated on his car in the midst of that frightful havoc, turning now to the left and now to the right, and falling upon the foe in all directions, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. Indeed, when the modest but mighty Sadeva, skilled in battle, truthful, conversant with all the ways of morality, and endued with great activity and impetuousness, will fall upon the son of Gandhari in fierce encounter, and rout all his followers, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. When he will behold the sons of Draupadi, those great bowmen, those heroes skilled in weapons and well versed in all the ways of chariot fighting, dart at the foe like snakes of virulent poison, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. When that slayer of hostile heroes, Abhimanyu, skilled in arms like Krishna himself, will overpower the foe, showering upon them, like the very clouds, a thick downpour of arrows, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. Indeed, when he will behold that son of Subhadra, a child in years, but not in energy, skilled in weapons, and like unto Indra himself, failing like death's self upon the ranks of the foe, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. When the youthful Prapadrakas, endued with great activity, well versed in battle, and possessed of the energy of lions, will overthrow the sons of Dhritarashtra with all their troops, then will Duryodhana repent for this war. When those veteran car warriors Virata and Drupada will assail, at the head of their respective divisions, the sons of Dhritarashtra and their ranks, then will Duryodhana repent for this war. When Drupada, skilled in weapons, and seated on his car, desirous of plucking the heads of youthful warriors, will wrathfully strike them off with arrows shot from his bow, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. When that slayer of hostile heroes, Virata will penetrate into the ranks of the foe, grinding all before him with the aid of his Matsya warriors of cool courage, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. When he will behold in the very van the eldest son of the Matsya king, of cool courage and collected mien, seated on his car and accoutred in mail on behalf of the Pandavas, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. I tell thee truly that when that foremost of Kaurava heroes, the virtuous son of Santanu, will be slain in battle by Sikandin, then all our foes, without doubt, will perish. Indeed, when, overthrowing numerous car warriors, Sikandin, seated on his own well-protected car, will proceed towards Bhishma, crushing multitudes of hostile cars by means of his own powerful steeds, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. When he will behold Drishtadyumna, unto whom Drona hath imparted all the mysteries of the science of weapons, stationed in splendor in the very van of the Srinjaya ranks, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent. Indeed, when the leader of the Pandava host, of immeasurable prowess and capable of withstanding the rush of any force, will proceed to attack Drona in battle, crushing with his arrows the Dhritarashtra ranks, then will Duryodhana repent for this war. What enemy can withstand him who hath, for fighting in his van, that lion of the Vrishni race, that chief of the Samakas, who is modest and intelligent, mighty and endued with great energy, and blessed with every kind of prosperity? Say also this unto Duryodhana, Kama, do not covet the kingdom. We have chosen, for our leader, the dauntless and mighty car warrior Satyaki, the grandson of Seni, skilled in weapons and having none on earth as his equal. Of broad chest and long arms, that grinder of foes, unrivaled in battle, and acquainted with the best of weapons, the grandson of Seni, skilled in arms and perfectly dauntless, is a mighty car warrior wielding a bow of full 4 cubits length. When that slayer of foes, that chief of the Senis, urged by me, will shower, like the very clouds, his arrows on the foe, completely overwhelming their leaders with that downpour, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. When that illustrious warrior of long arms and firm grasp of the bow musters his resolution for fight, the foe then, like kine getting the scent of the lion, fly away from him before even commencing the encounter. That illustrious warrior of long arms and firm grasp of the bow is capable of splitting the very hills and destroying the entire universe. Practiced in weapons, skilled in battle, and endued with exceeding lightness of hand, he shineth on the field of battle like the sun himself in the sky. That lion of the Vrishni race, that scion of Yadu's line, of superior training, hath diverse wonderful and excellent weapons. Indeed, Satyaki is possessed of a knowledge of all those uses of weapons that are said to be of the highest excellence. When you will behold in battle the golden car of Satyaki of Madhu's race, drawn by 4 white steeds, then will that wretch of uncontrolled passions, the son of Dhritarashtra, repent. When you will also behold my terrible car, endued with the effulgence of gold and bright gems, drawn by white steeds, and furnished with the banner bearing the device of the ape and guided by Kesva himself, then will that wretch of uncontrolled passions repent. When you will hear the fierce twang produced by the constant stretch of the bowstring with fingers cased in leather gloves, that terrible twang, loud as the rolling of the thunder, of my bow Gandiva wielded by me in the midst of the great battle, then will that wicked wretch, the son of Dhritarashtra, repent, beholding himself abandoned by his troops, flying away like kine from the field of battle in all directions, overwhelmed with the darkness created by my arrowy downpour. When he will behold innumerable keen-edged arrows, furnished with beautiful wings, and capable of penetrating into the very vitals, shot from the string of Gandiva, like fierce and terrible flashes of lightning emitted by the clouds, destroying enemies by thousands, and devouring numberless steeds and elephants clad in mail, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. When you will behold the arrows shot by the enemy turned off, or turned back struck by my shafts, or cut to pieces pierced transversely by my arrows, then will the foolish son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. When broad-headed arrows shot by my hands will strike off the heads of youthful warriors, like birds picking off fruits from the treetops, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. When you will behold excellent warriors of his failing down from their cars, and elephants and steeds rolling on the field, deprived of life by my arrows, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. When you will behold his brothers, even before fairly coming within the range of the enemy's weapons, die all around, without having achieved anything in battle, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. When pouring my blazing shafts incessantly, I will, like death himself with mouth wide open, destroy on all sides multitudes of cars and foot soldiers, then will that wretch repent. When he will behold his own troops, covered with the dust raised by my car wander in all directions, torn to pieces by Gandiva and reft of senses, then will that wretch repent. When he will behold his whole army running away in fear in all directions, mangled in limbs, and bereft of senses, when he will behold his steeds, elephants, and foremost of heroes slain, when he will see his troops thirsty, struck with panic, wailing aloud, dead and dying, with their animals exhausted, and hair, bones, and skulls lying in heaps around like half-wrought works of the Creator, then will that wretch repent. When he will behold on my car, Gandiva, Vasudeva, and the celestial Count Panchajanya, myself, my couple of inexhaustible quivers, and my Count called Devdatta as also my white steeds, then will the son of Dhritarashtra repent for this war. When I consume the Kauravas, like Agni consuming innumerable wicked souls assembled together at the time of ushering in another yuga at the end of the last one, then Dhritarashtra with all his sons repent. When the wicked-hearted and the wrathful son of Dhritarashtra will be deprived of prosperity with brothers and army and followers, then, reft of pride and losing heart and trembling all over, will that fool repent. One morning when I had finished my water rites and prayers, a Brahmana spoke unto me these pleasant words, O Partha, thou shalt have to execute a very difficult task. O Savyasakan, thou shalt have to fight with thy foes. Either Indra riding on his excellent steed and thunderbolt in hand will walk before thee slaying thy foes in battle, or Krishna, the son of Vasudeva, will protect thee from behind riding on his car drawn by the steeds headed by Sugriva. Relying on those words, I have, in this battle passing over Indra, the wielder of the thunderbolt, preferred Vasudeva as my ally. That Krishna hath been obtained by me for the destruction of those wicked ones. I see the hand of the gods in all this. The person whose success is only wished for by Krishna, without the latter's actually taking up arms in his behalf, is certain to prevail over all enemies, even if those be the celestials with Indra at their head, while anxiety there is none if they be human. He that wisheth to conquer in battle that foremost of heroes, Vasudeva's son Krishna, endued with great energy, wisheth to cross by his two arms alone the great ocean of wide expanse and immeasurable water. He that wisheth to split by a slap of his palm the high Kailasa mountain, is not able to do the slightest damage to the mountain, although his hand only with its nails is sure to wear away. He that would conquer Vasudeva in battle, would, with his two arms, extinguish a blazing fire, stop the sun and the moon, and plunder by force the Amrita of the gods, that Vasudeva, viz. Who having mowed down in battle by main force all the royal warriors of the Bhoja race, had carried off on a single car Rukmini of great fame for making her his wife, and by her was afterwards born Pradyumna of high soul. It was this favorite of the gods, who, having speedily smashed the Gandharas and conquered all the sons of Nagnajit, forcibly liberated from confinement King Sudarsana of great energy. It was he that slew King Pandava by striking his breast against his, and moved down the Kailan gas in battle burnt by him. The city of Varanasi remained for many years without a king, incapable of being defeated by others. Eklavya, the king of the Nishadas, always used to challenge this one to battle, but slain by Krishna he lay dead like the Azura Jamba violently thrashed on a hillock. It was Krishna who, having Baladeva for his second, slew Ugrasena's wicked son, Kansa, seated in court in the midst of the Vrishnis and the Andhakas, and then gave unto Ugrasena the kingdom. It was Krishna who fought with King Salya, the lord of Sauba, stationed in the skies, fearless in consequence of his powers of illusion, and it was he who, at the gate of Subha, caught with his hands the fierce Satagni, hurled by Sauba's lord. What mortal is able to bear his might? The Asuras had a city named Pragyatisha, which was formidable, inaccessible, and unbearable. It was there that the mighty Naraka, the son of the earth, kept the jeweled earrings of Aditi, having brought them by force. The very gods, who, fearless of death, assembled together with Sakra at their head, were incapable of conquering him. Beholding Kesava's prowess and might, and weapon that is irresistible, and knowing also the object of his birth, the gods employed him for the destruction of those Asuras. Vasudeva, too, endued with all the divine attributes that ensure success, agreed to undertake that exceedingly difficult task. In the city of Nirmakana that hero slew 6,000 Asuras, and cutting into pieces innumerable keen-edged shafts, he slew Mura and hosts of Rakshasas, and then entered that city. It was there that an encounter took place between the mighty Naraka and Vishnu of immeasurable strength. Slain by Krishna, Naraka lay lifeless there, like a Karnikara tree uprooted by the wind. Having slain the earth's son, Naraka, and also Mura, and having recovered those jeweled earrings, the learned Krishna of unparalleled prowess came back, adorned with beauty and undying fame. Having witnessed his terrible feats in that battle, the gods then and there blessed him, saying, "Fatigue will never be thine in fights, neither the firmament nor the waters shall stop thy course, nor shall weapons penetrate thy body. And Krishna, by all this, regarded himself amply rewarded, immeasurable, and possessed of great might, and Vasudeva ever exist all the virtues. And yet the son of Dhritarashtra seeketh to vanquish that unbearable Vishnu of infinite energy, for that wretch often thinks of imprisoning him. Krishna, however, beareth all this for our sake only. That wretch seeketh to create a sudden disunion between Krishna and myself. How far, however, he is capable of taking away the affection of Krishna from the Pandavas, he will see on the field of battle. Having bowed down unto Santanu's son, and also Drona with his son, and the unrivaled son of Saradwat, I shall fight for regaining our kingdom. The God of justice himself, I am sure, will bring destruction on that sinful man who will fight with the Pandavas. Deceitfully defeated at dice by those wretches, ourselves, of royal birth, had to pass 12 years in great distress in the forest and 1 long year in a state of concealment. When those Pandavas are still alive, how shall the sons of Dhritarashtra rejoice, possessing rank and affluence? If they vanquish us in fight, aided by the very gods headed by Indra, the then practice of vice would be better than virtue, and surely there would be nothing like righteousness on earth. If man is affected by his acts, if we be superior to Duryodhana, then, I hope that, with Vasudeva as my second, I shall slay Duryodhana, with all his kinsmen. O Lord of men, if the act of robbing us of our kingdom be wicked, if these our own good deeds be not fruitless, then beholding both this and that, it seems to me, the overthrow of Duryodhana is certain. Ye Kauravas, ye will see it with your eyes that, if they fight, the sons of Dhritarashtra shall certainly perish. If they act otherwise instead of fighting, then they may live, but in the event of a battle ensuing, none of them will be left alive. Slaying all the sons of Dhritarashtra along with Karna, I shall surely wrest the whole of their kingdom. Do ye, meanwhile, whatever ye think best, and enjoy also your wives and other sweet things of life. There are, with us, many aged Brahmanas, versed in various sciences, of amiable behavior, well-born, acquainted with the cycle of the years, engaged in the study of astrology, capable of understanding with certainty the motions of planets and the conjunctions of stars, as also of explaining the mysteries of fate and answering questions relating to the future, acquainted with the signs of the zodiac, and versed with the occurrences of every hour, who are prophesying the great destruction of the Kurus and the Srinjayas, and the ultimate victory of the Pandavas, so that Yudhishthira, who never made an enemy, already regardeth his objects fulfilled in consequence of the slaughter of his foes. And Janardana also, that lion among the Vrishnis, endued with the knowledge of the invisible future, without doubt, beholdeth all this. And I also, with unerring foresight, myself behold that future, for that foresight of mine, acquired of old, is not obstructed. The sons of Dhritarashtra, if they fight, will not live. My bow, Gandiva, yawneth without being handled, my bowstring trembleth without being stretched, and arrows also, issuing from my quiver's mouth, are again and again seeking to fly. My bright scimitar issueth of itself from its sheath, like a snake quitting its own worn-off slough, and on the top of my flagstaff are heard terrific voices, when shall thy car be yoked, O Kiritan? Innumerable jackals set up hideous howls at night, and rakshasas frequently alike from the sky, deer and jackals and peacocks, crows and vultures and cranes, and wolves and birds of golden plumage, follow in the rear of my car when my white steeds are yoked unto it. Single-handed I can dispatch, with arrowy showers, all warlike kings, to the regions of death. As a blazing fire consumeth a forest in the hot season, so, exhibiting diverse courses, I will hurl those great weapons called Shirkarna, Pasapata, and Brahma, and all those that Sakra gave me, all of which are endued with fierce impetuosity. And with their aid, setting my heart on the destruction of those monarchs, I will leave no remnant of those that come to the field of battle. I will rest, having done all this. Even this is my chief and decided resolve. Tell them this, O son of Gavalgana. Look at the folly of Duryodhana. O Sutta, they that are invincible in battle, even if encountered with the aid of the very gods headed by Indra, even against them that son of Dhritarashtra thinketh of warring. But so let it be even as the aged Bhishma, the son of Santanu, and Kripa, and Drona with his son, and Vidura endued with great wisdom, are saying, may the Kauravas all live long. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 49. Vaisampayana said, in the midst, O Bharata, of all those assembled kings, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, then said these words unto Duryodhana, once on a time, Vrihaspati and Sakra went to Brahma. The Maruts also with Indra, the Vasus with Agni, the Adityas, the Sathyas, the 7 celestial rishis, the Gandharvas, Viswavasu, and the beautiful tribes of the Apsaras, all approached the ancient grandsire. And having bowed down unto the Lord of the universe, all those dwellers of heaven sat around him. Just then, the 2 ancient deities, the rishis Nara and Narayana, as if drawing unto themselves by their own energy the minds and energies of all who were present there, left the place. Thereupon, Vrihaspati asked Brahma, saying, who are these 2 that leave the place without worshipping thee? Tell us, O grandsire, who are they? Thus asked, Brahma said, these 2, endued with ascetic merit, blazing with effulgence and beauty, illuminating both the earth and the heaven, possessed of great might, and pervading and surpassing all, are Nara and Narayana, dwelling now in the region of Brahman, having arrived from the other world. Endued with great might and prowess, they shine in consequence of their own asceticism. By their acts they always contribute to the joy of the world. Worshipped by the gods and the Gandharvas, they exist only for the destruction of Asuras. Bhishma continued, having heard these words, Sakra went to the spot where those 2 were practicing ascetic austerities, accompanied by all the celestials and having Vrihaspati at their head. At that time, the dwellers of heaven had been very much alarmed in consequence of a war raging between themselves and the Asuras. And Indra asked that illustrious couple to grant him a boon. Thus solicited, O best of the Bharata race, those 2 said, name thou the boon. Upon this Sakra said unto them, give us your aid. They then said unto Sakra, we will do what thou wishest. And then it was with their aid that Sakra subsequently vanquished the Daityas and the Danavas. The chastiser of foes, Nara, slew in battle hundreds and thousands of Indra's foes among the Palomas and the Kalakanjas. It was this Arjuna who, riding on a whirling car, severed in battle, with a broad-headed arrow, the head of the Asura Jamba while the latter was about to swallow him. It was he who afflicted the Daitya city of Hiranyapura, on the other side of the ocean, having vanquished in battle 60,000 of Nivedakavachas. It was this conqueror of hostile towns, this Arjuna of mighty arms, that gratified Agni, having vanquished the very gods with Indra at their head. And Narayana also hath, in this world, destroyed in the same way numberless other Daityas and Danavas. Even such are those 2 of mighty energy that are now seen united with each other. It hath been heard by us that the 2 heroic and mighty car warriors, Vasudeva and Arjuna, that are now united with each other, are those same ancient gods, the divine Nara and Narayana. Amongst all on earth they are incapable of being vanquished by the Asuras and the gods headed by Indra himself. That Narayana is Krishna, and that Nara is Falguna. Indeed, they are one soul born in twain. These 2, by their acts, enjoy numerous eternal and inexhaustible regions, and are repeatedly born in those worlds when destructive wars are necessary. For this reason their mission is to fight. Just this is what Narada, conversant with the Vedas, had said unto the Vrishnis. When thou, O Duryodhana, wilt see Kesva with conch shell and discus, and mace in hand, and that terrible wielder of the bow, Arjuna, armed with weapons, when thou wilt behold those eternal and illustrious ones, the two Krishnas seated on the same car, then wilt thou, O child, remember these my words. Why should not such dangers threaten the Kurus when thy intellect, O child, hath fallen off from both profit and virtue? If thou heedest not my words, thou shalt then have to hear of the slaughter of many, for all the Kauravas accept thy opinion. Thou art alone in holding as true the opinion, O bull of the Bharata race, only 3 persons, viz., Karna, a low-born Suta's son cursed by Rama, Sakuni, the son of Suvala, and thy mean and sinful brother Dasasana. Karna said, It behoveth thee not, O blessed grandsire, to use such words towards me, for I have adopted the duties of the Kshatriya order without falling off from those of my own. Besides, what wickedness is there in me? I have no sin known to any one of Dhritarashtra's people. I have never done any injury to Dhritarashtra's son. On the other hand, I will slay all the Pandavas in battle. How can they that are wise make peace again with those that have before been injured? It is always my duty to do all that is agreeable to King Dhritarashtra, and especially to Duryodhana, for he is in possession of the kingdom. Vaisampayana continued, having listened to these words of Karna, Bhishma the son of Santanu, addressing King Dhritarashtra, again said, Although this one often boasteth, saying, I shall slay the Pandavas, yet he is not equal to even a 16th part of high-souled Pandavas. Know that the great calamity that is about to overtake thy sons of wicked souls is the act of this wretched son of Asuta. Relying upon him, thy foolish son Suryodhana hath insulted those heroes of celestial descent, those chastiser of all foes. What, however, is that difficult feat achieved by this wretch before that is equal to any of those achieved of old by every one of the Pandavas? Beholding in the city of Virata his beloved brothers slain by the Nanjaya who displayed such prowess, what did this one then do? When the Nanjaya, rushing against all the assembled Kurus, crushed them and took away their robes, was this one not there then? When thy son was being led away as a captive by the Gandharvas on the occasion of the tale of the cattle, where was this son of Asuta then who now belloweth like a bull? Even there, it was Bhima, and the illustrious Partha, and the twins, that encountered the Gandharvas and vanquished them. Ever beautiful, and always unmindful of both virtue and profit, these, O bull of the Bharata race, are the many false things, blessed be thou, that this one uttereth. Having heard these words of Bhishma, the high-souled son of Bharadvaja, having paid due homage unto Dhritarashtra and the assembled kings, spoke unto him these words, Do that, O king, which the best of the Bharatas, Bhishma, hath said. It behoveth thee not to act according to the words of those that are covetous of wealth. Peace with the Pandavas, before the war breaks out, seems to be the best. Everything said by Arjuna and repeated here by Sanjaya will, I know, be accomplished by that son of Pandu, for there is no bowman equal unto him in the 3 world. Without regarding, however, these words spoken by both Drona and Bhishma, the king again asked Sanjaya about the Pandavas. From that moment, when the king returned not a proper answer to Bhishma and Drona, the Kauravas gave up all hopes of life. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 50. Dhritarashtra said, What did that Pandava king, the son of Dharma, say, O Sanjaya, after hearing that a large force hath been assembled here for gladdening us? How also is Yudhishthira acting, in view of the coming strife, O Sutta, who amongst his brothers and sons are looking up to his face, desirous of receiving his orders? Provoked as he is by the deceptions of my wicked sons, who, again, are dissuading that king of virtuous behavior and conversant with virtue, saying, Have peace. Sanjaya said, all the Panchalas, along with the other sons of Pandu, are looking up to Yudhishthira's face, blessed be thou, and he too is restraining them all. Multitudes of cars belonging to the Pandavas and the Panchalas are coming in separate bodies for gladdening Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, ready to march to the field of battle. As the sky brightens up at the advent of the rising sun, so the Panchalas are rejoicing at their union with Kunti's son of blazing splendor, risen like a flood of light. The Panchalas, the Kakayas, and the Matsyas, along with the very herdsmen that attend on their kine and sheep, are rejoicing and gladdening Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu. Brahmana and Kshatriya girls, and the very daughters of the Vaishyas, in large number, are coming in playful mood for beholding Partha accounted in coat of mail. Dhritarashtra said, tell us, O Sanjaya, of the forces of Drishtadyumna, as also of the Samakas, and of all others, with which the Pandavas intend to fight with us. Vaisampayana continued, thus interrogated, in the midst of the Kurus and in their very hall, the son of Gavalgana became thoughtful for a moment and seemed to draw repeatedly deep and long sighs, and suddenly he fell down in a swoon without any apparent reason. Then in that assembly of kings, Vidura said loudly, Sanjaya, O great king, hath fallen down on the ground senseless, and cannot utter a word, bereft of sense and his intellect clouded. Dhritarashtra said, without doubt, Sanjaya, having seen those mighty car warriors, the sons of Kunti, hath his mind filled with great anxiety in consequence of those tigers among men. Vaisampayana continued, having recovered consciousness, and being comforted, Sanjaya addressed King Dhritarashtra in the midst of that concourse of Kurus in that hall, saying, indeed, O King of Kings, I saw those great warriors, the sons of Kunti, thinned in body, in consequence of the restraint in which they had lived in the place of the king of the Matsyas. Hear, O King, with whom the Pandavas will contend against you. With that hero Drishtadyumna as their ally, they will fight against you. With that personage of virtuous soul, who never forsaketh truth through anger or fear, temptation, or for the sake of wealth, of disputation, and who is, O King, a very authority in matters of religion, himself being the best of those that practice virtue, with him, who hath never made an enemy, the sons of Pandu will fight against you. He unto whom no one on earth is equal in might of arms, and who, wielding his bow, had brought all kings under subjection, and who, vanquishing of old all the people of Kasi and Anga and Magadha, as also the Kalingas, with that Bhimasena will the sons of Pandu fight against you. Indeed, he through whose might the 4 sons of Pandu quickly could alight on the earth, having issued forth from the burning house of Lak, that son of Kunti, Vrkodara, who became the means of their rescue from the cannibal Hidimva, that son of Kunti, Vrkodara, who became their refuge when the daughter of Yajnasena was being carried away by Jayadratha, indeed, with that Bhima, who rescued the assembled Pandavas from the conflagration at Varanavada, even with him, as their ally, will they fight against you. He, who for the gratification of Krishna slew the Kauravas, having penetrated the rugged and terrible mountains of Gandhamadana, he to whose arms hath been imparted the might of 10,000 elephants, with that Bhimasena, as their ally, the Pandavas will fight against you. That hero, who, for the gratification of Agni, with Krishna only for his second, bravely vanquished of your Purandara in fight, he who gratified by combat that god of gods, the trident-bearing lord of Umamahadeva himself, having the mountains for his abode, that foremost of warriors who subjugated all the kings of the earth with that Vijaya, as their ally, the Pandavas will encounter you in battle. That wonderful warrior Nakula, who vanquished the whole of the western world teeming with mlechas, is present in the Pandava camp. With that handsome hero, that unrivaled bowman, that son of Madri, O Kauravya, the Pandavas will fight against you. He who vanquished in battle the warriors of Kasi, Anga, and Kalinga. With that Sadeva will the Pandavas encounter you in battle. He, who in energy hath for his equals only 4 men on earth, viz., Aswathaman and Drishtaketu and Rukmi and Pradyumna, with that Sadeva, youngest in years, that hero among men, that gladdener of Madri's heart, with him, O king, will you have a destructive battle. She, who, while living of yore as the daughter of the king of Kasi, had practiced the austerest penances, she, who, O bull of the Bharata race, desiring even in a subsequent life to compass the destruction of Bhishma, took her birth as the daughter of Panchala, and accidentally became afterwards a male, who, O tiger among men, is conversant with the merits and demerits of both sexes. That invincible prince of the Panchala who encountered the Kalingas in battle, with what second and skilled in every weapon, will the Pandavas fight against you. She whom a Yiksha for Bhishma's destruction metamorphosed into a male, with that formidable bowman will the Pandavas fight against you. With those mighty bowmen, all, brothers those 5 Kakaya princes, with those heroes clad in mail will the Pandavas fight against you. With that warrior of long arms, endued with great activity in the use of weapons, possessed of intelligence and prowess incapable of being baffled, with that Yuyudana, the lion of the Vrishni race, will you have to fight. He, who had been the refuge of the high-souled Pandavas for a time, with that Virata, will ye have an encounter in battle. The Lord of Kasi, that mighty car warrior who ruleth in Varanasi, hath become an ally of theirs, with him the Pandavas will fight against you. The high-souled sons of Draupadi, tender in years, but invincible in battle, and unapproachable like snakes of virulent poison, with them will the Pandavas fight against you. He, that in energy is like unto Krishna, and in self-restraint unto Yudhishthira, with that Abhimanyu, will the Pandavas fight against you. That warlike son of Sasupala, Drishtaketu of great fame, who in energy is beyond comparison, and who when angry is incapable of being withstood in battle, with that king of the Chedis who has joined the Pandavas at the head of an Akshahini of his own, will the sons of Pandu fight against you. He that is the refuge of the Pandavas, even as Vasva is of the Celestials, with that Vasudeva, the Pandavas will fight against you. He also, O bull of Bharata race, Sarabha the brother of the king of the Chedis, who again is united with Karakarsa, with both these, the Pandavas will fight against you. Sadeva, the son of Jarasandha, and Jayatsena, both unrivaled heroes in battle, are resolved upon fighting for the Pandavas. And Drupada too, possessed of great might, and followed by a large force, and reckless of his life, is resolved to fight for the Pandavas. Relying upon these and other kings by hundreds of both the eastern and northern countries, King Yudhishthira the Just is prepared for battle. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 51. Dhritarashtra said, all these named by thee are, indeed, endued with great courage, but all of them together are equal to Bhima singly. My fear, O child, from the wrathful Bhima is, indeed, very great, like that of fat deer from an enraged tiger. I pass all my nights in sleeplessness, breathing deep and hot sighs, afraid of Vrikottara, O child, like an animal of any other species afraid of the lion. Of mighty arms, and in energy equal unto Sakra himself, I see not in this whole army even one that can withstand him in battle. Exceedingly wrathful and determined in animosity, that son of Kunti and Pandu smileth not even in jest, is mad with rage, casteth his glances obliquely, and speaketh in a voice of thunder. Of great impetuosity and great courage, of long arms and great might, he will not, in battle, leave even one of my foolish sons alive. Indeed, Vrikottara, that bull among the Kurus, whirling his mace in battle, will, like a second Yama mace in hand, slay all my sons who are afflicted by a heavy calamity. Even now I see that terrible mace of his, with 8 sides made of steel, and adorned with gold, uplifted like a Brahmana's curse. As a lion of mighty strength among a flock of deer, Bhima will range among my troops. He only, amongst his brothers, always displayed his strength cruelly towards my sons. Eating voraciously, and endued with great impetuosity, from his very childhood he hath been behaving inimically towards my children. My heart trembleth to remember that even in their childhood Duryodhana and other sons of mine, while fighting with him sportively, were always ground down by the elephant like Bhima. Alas, my sons have always been oppressed by his might, and it is that Bhima of terrible prowess that hath been the cause of this rupture. Even now I behold Bhima, mad with rage, fighting in the very van, and devouring the whole of my host consisting of men, elephants, and steeds. Equal unto Drona and Arjuna in weapons, his speed equal unto the velocity of the wind, and in wrath like unto Mahesvara himself, who is there, O Sanjaya, that would slay that wrathful and terrible hero in battle. I think it to be a great gain that my sons were not even then slain by that slayer of enemies who is endued with such energy. How can a human being withstand the impetuosity of that warrior in battle who slew Yakshas and Rakshasas of terrible might before? O Sanjaya, even in his childhood he was never completely under my control. Injured by my wicked sons, how can that son of Pandu come under my control now? Cruel and extremely wrathful, he would break but not bend. Of oblique glances and contracted eyebrows, how can he be induced to remain quiet? Endued with heroism, of incomparable might and fair complexion, tall like a palmyra tree, and in height taller than Arjuna by the span of the thumb, the second son of Pandu surpasseth the very steeds in swiftness, and elephants in strength, speaketh in indistinct accents, and possesseth eyes having the hue of honey. As regards form and might, even such was he in his very boyhood, as I truly heard long before from the lips of Vyasa. Terrible and possessed of cruel might, when angry he will destroy in battle with his iron mace cars and elephants and men and horses. By acting against his wishes, that foremost of smiters who is ever wrathful and furious, hath before been, O child, insulted by me. Alas, how will my sons bear that mace of his which is straight, made of steel, thick, of beautiful sides, adorned with gold, capable of slaying 100, and producing a terrible sound when hurled at the foe? Alas, O child, my foolish sons are desirous of crossing that inaccessible ocean constituted by Bhima, which is really shoreless, without a raft on it, immeasurable in depth, and full of currents impetuous as the course of arrows. Fools in reality, though boasting of their wisdom, alas, my children do not listen to me even though I cry out. Beholding only the honey, they do not see the terrible fall that is before them. They that will rush to battle with death himself in that human shape are certainly doomed to destruction by the supreme ordainer, like animals within the lion's view. Full 4 cubits in length, endued with 6 sides and great might, and having also a deadly touch, when he will hurl his mace from the sting, how shall my sons, O child, bear its impetus? Whirling his mace and breaking there with the heads of hostile elephants, licking with his tongue the corners of his mouth and drawing long breaths, when he will rush with loud roars against mighty elephants, returning the yells of those infuriated beasts that might rush against him, and when entering the close array of cars he will slay, after taking proper aim, the chief warriors before him. What mortal of my party will escape from him looking like a blazing flame? Crushing my forces and cutting a passage through them, that mighty armed hero, dancing with mace in hand, will exhibit the scene witnessed during the universal dissolution at the end of a yuga. Like an infuriated elephant crushing trees adorned with flowers, Vrkodara, in battle will furiously penetrate the ranks of my sons. depriving my warriors of their cars, drivers, steeds, and flagstaff, and afflicting all warriors fighting from cars and the backs of elephants, that tiger among men will, O Sanjaya, like the impetuous current of Ganga throwing down diverse trees standing on its banks, crush in battle the troops of my sons. Without doubt, O Sanjaya, afflicted by the fear of Bhimasena, my sons and their dependents and all the allied kings will fly in different directions. It was this Bhima who, having entered of old, with Vasudeva's aid, the innermost apartments of Jarasandha, overthrew that king endued with great energy, that lord of Magadha, the mighty Jarasandha, having fully brought under his subjection the goddess Earth, oppressed her by his energy. That the Kauravas in consequence of Bhishma's prowess, and the Andhakas and the Vrishnis in consequence of their policy, could not be subjugated by him was due only to their good fortune. What could be more wonderful than that the heroic son of Pandu, of mighty arms and without any weapons, having approached that king, slew him in a trice? Like a venomous snake, whose poison hath accumulated for years, Bhima will, O Sanjaya, vomit in battle the poison of his wrath upon my sons. Like the foremost of the celestials, the great Indra, smiting the Danavas with his thunderbolt, Bhimasena will, mace in hand, slay all my sons. Incapable of being withstood or resisted, of fierce impetus and powers, and with eyes of a coppery hue, I behold even now that Vrkottara failing upon my sons. Without mace or bow, without car or coat of mail, fighting with his bare arms only, what man is there that can stand before him? Bhishma, that regenerate Drona, and Kripa the son of Saradwat, these are as much acquainted as I myself with the energy of the intelligent Bhima. Acquainted with the practice of those that are noble, and desirous of death in battle, these bulls among men will take their stand in the van of our army. Destiny is everywhere powerful, especially in the case of a male person, for beholding the victory of the Pandavas in battle, I do not yet restrain my sons. These mighty bowmen of mine, desirous of treading in that ancient track leading up to heaven, will lay down their lives in battle, taking care, however, of earthly fame. O child, my sons are the same to these mighty bowmen as the Pandavas are to them, for all of them are grandsons of Bhishma and disciples of Drona and Kripa. O Sanjaya, the little acceptable services that we have been able to do unto these three venerable ones will certainly be repaid by them owing to their own noble dispositions. It is said that death in battle of a Kshatriya, who hath taken up arms and desireth to observe Kshatriya practices, is, indeed, both good and meritorious. I weep, however, for all those that will fight against the Pandavas. That very danger hath now come which was foreseen by Vidura at the outset. It seems, O Sanjaya, that wisdom is incapable of dispelling woe. On the other hand, it is overwhelming woe that dispelleth wisdom. When the very sages, that are emancipated from all worldly concerns, and that behold, standing aloof, all the affairs of the universe, are affected by prosperity and adversity, what wonder is there that I should grieve, I who have my affections fixed on 1,000 things such as sons, kingdom, wives, grandsons, and relatives? What good can possibly be in store for me on the accession of such a frightful danger? Reflecting on every circumstance, I see the certain destruction of the Kurus. That match at dice seems to be the cause of this great danger of the Kurus. Alas, this sin was committed from temptation by foolish Duryodhana, desirous of wealth. I believe all this to be the untoward effect of ever-fleeting time that bringeth on everything. Tied to the wheel of time, like its periphery, I am not capable of flying away from it. Tell me, O Sanjaya, where shall I go? What shall I do, and how shall I do it? These foolish Kauravas will all be destroyed, their time having come. Helplessly I shall have to hear the wailing of women when my 100 sons will all be slain. Oh, how may death come upon me? As a blazing fire in the summer season, when urged by the wind, consumeth dry grass, so will Bhima, mace in hand, and united with Arjuna, slay all on my side. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 52. Dhritarashtra said, He whom we have never heard to speak a falsehood, he who hath Dhananjaya to fight for him, may have the sovereignty of even the three worlds. Reflecting from day to day, I do not find the warrior who may, on his car, advance in battle against the wielder of Gandiva. When that wielder of Gandiva will shoot winged arrows and nalikas and shafts capable of piercing the breast of warriors, there is no rival of his in battle. If those bulls among men, those heroes, Drona and Karna, those foremost of mighty men, versed in weapons and invincible in battle, withstand him, the result may be very doubtful, but I am sure that the victory will not be mine. Karna is both compassionate and heedless, and Preceptor is aged and hath affection for this pupil. Partha, however, is able and mighty, of firm grasp, of the bow. Terrible will be the encounter between them, without resulting in anyone's defeat. Conversant with weapons and endued with heroism, all of them have earned great fame. They may relinquish the very sovereignty of the gods, but not the chance of winning victory. There would be peace, without doubt, upon the fall of either of these two, Drona and Karna, or of Falguna. There is none, however, who can either slay or vanquish Arjuna. Alas, how may his wrath that hath been excited against my foolish sons be pacified? Others there are acquainted with the use of weapons, that conqueror are conquered, but it is heard that Falguna always conquereth. 33 years have passed away since the time when Arjuna, having invited Agni, gratified him at Khandava, vanquishing all the celestials. We have never heard of his defeat anywhere, O child. Like the case of Indra, victory is always Arjuna's, who hath for his charioteer in battle Vrishikesa, endued with the same character and position. We hear that the two Krishnas on the same car and the stringed Gandiva, these three forces, have been united together. As regards ourselves, we have not a bow of that kind, or a warrior like Arjuna, or a charioteer like Krishna. The foolish followers of Duryodhana are not aware of this. O Sanjaya, the blazing thunderbolt falling on the head leaveth something undestroyed, but the arrows, O child, shot by Kiritan leave nothing undestroyed. Even now I behold Dhananjaya shooting his arrows and committing a havoc around, picking off heads from bodies with his arrowy showers. Even now I behold the arrowy conflagration, blazing all around, issuing from the Gandiva, consuming in battle the ranks of my sons. Even now it seemeth to me that, struck with panic at the rattle of Savyasakan's car, my vast army consisting of diverse forces is running away in all directions. As a tremendous conflagration, wandering in all directions, of swelling flames and urged by the wind, consumeth dry leaves and grass, so will the great fame of Arjuna's weapons consume all my troops. Kiritan, appearing as a foe in battle, will vomit innumerable arrows and become irresistible like all destroying death urged forward by the Supreme Ordainer. When I shall constantly hear of evil omens of diverse kinds happening in the homes of the Kurus, and around them and on the field of battle, then will destruction, without doubt, overtake the Bharats. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 53. Dhritarashtra said, endued with great prowess and eager for victory, even as the sons themselves of Pandu are, so are their followers, who are all resolved to sacrifice their lives and determined to win victory. Even thou, O son, hast told me of my mighty enemies, viz., the kings of the Panchalas, the Kakayas, the Matsyas, and the Magadhas. He, again, who it is will can bring under his subjection all the three worlds with Indra at their head, even that creator of the universe, the mighty Krishna, is bent on giving victory upon the Pandavas. As regards Satyaki, he acquired in no time the whole science of arms from Arjuna. That scion of Seni's race will stand on the battlefield, shooting his shafts like husbandmen sowing seeds. The prince of Panchala, Drishtadyumna, that mighty car warrior of merciless deeds, acquainted with all superior weapons, will fight with my host. Great is my fear, O child, from the wrath of Yudhishthira, from the prowess of Arjuna, and from the twins and Bhimasena. When those lords of men will, in the midst of my army, spread their superhuman net of arrows, I fear my troops will not come out of it. It is for this, O Sanjaya, that I weep. That son of Pandu, Yudhishthira, is handsome, endued with great energy, highly blessed, possessed of Brahma force, intelligent, of great wisdom, and virtuous soul. Having allies and counselors, united with persons ready for battle, and possessing brothers and father-in-law who are all heroes and mighty car warriors, that tiger among men, the son of Pandu, is also endued with patience, capable of keeping his counsels, compassionate, modest, of powers incapable of being baffled, possessed of great learning, with soul under proper control, ever waiting upon the aged, and subdued senses. Possessed thus of every accomplishment, he is like unto a blazing fire. What fool, doomed to destruction and deprived of sense, will jump, moth-like, into that blazing and irresistible Pandava fire? Alas, I have behaved deceitfully towards him. The king, like unto a fire of long flames, will destroy all my foolish sons in battle without leaving any alive. I, therefore, think that it is not proper to fight with them. Ye Kauravas, be ye of the same mind. Without doubt, the whole race of Kuru will be destroyed, in case of hostilities being waged. This appears to me very clearly, and if we act accordingly, my mind may have peace. If war with them doth not seem beneficial to you, then we will strive to bring about peace. Yudhishthira will never be indifferent when he sees us distressed, for he censures me only as the cause of this unjust war. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 54. Sanjaya said, It is even so, O great king, as thou, O Bharata, sayest. On the event of battle, the destruction of the Kshatriyas by means of Gandiva is certain. This, however, I do not understand, how when thou art always wise and especially acquainted with the prowess of Savyasakan, thou followest yet the counsels of thy sons. Having, O bull of the Bharata race, injured the sons of Pritha from the very beginning, having, in fact, committed sins repeatedly, this is not, O great king, the time to grieve. He that occupies the position of a father and a friend, if he is always watchful and of good heart, should seek the welfare of his children, but he that injures cannot be called a father. Hearing of the defeat of the Pandavas at Dice, thou hadst, O king, laughed like a child, saying, This is won, this is acquired. When the harshest speeches were addressed to the sons of Pritha, thou didst not then interfere, pleased at the prospect of thy sons winning the whole kingdom. Thou couldst not, however, then see before the inevitable fall. The country of the Kurus, including the region called Jangala, is, O king, thy paternal kingdom. Thou hast, however, obtained the whole earth by those heroes. Won by the strength of their arms, the sons of Pritha made over thee this extensive empire. Thou thinkest, however, O best of kings, that all this was acquired by thee. When thy sons, seized by the king of the Gandharvas, were about to sink in a shoreless sea without a raft to save them, it was Partha, O king, that brought them back. Thou hadst, like a child, repeatedly laughed, O monarch, at the Pandavas when they were defeated at Dice and were going into exile. When Arjuna poureth a shower of keen arrows, the very oceans dry up, let alone beings of flesh and blood. Falguna is the foremost of all shooters, Gandiva is the foremost of all bows, Kesva is the foremost of all beings, the Sudarsana is the foremost of all weapons, and of cars, that furnished with the banner bearing the blazing ape on it is the foremost. That car is, bearing all these and drawn by white steeds, will, O king, consume us all in battle like the upraised wheel of time. O bull of the Bharata race, his is even now the whole earth, and he is the foremost of all kings, who hath Bhima and Arjuna to fight for him. Beholding the host sinking in despair when smitten by Bhima, the Kauravas headed by Duryodhana will all meet destruction. Struck with the fear of Bhima and Arjuna, the sons, O king, and the kings following them, will not, O Lord, be able to win victory. The Matsyas, the Panchalas, the Salwes, and the Surasenas all decline to pay thee homage now and all disregard thee. Acquainted with the energy of that wise king, all of them, however, have joined that son of Pritha, and for their devotion to him they are always opposed to thy sons. He that, by his evil deeds, afflicted the sons of Pandu, who are all wedded to virtue and undeserving of destruction, he that hatteth them even now, that sinful man, O monarch, who is none else than thy son, should, with all his adherents, be checked by all means. It behoveth thee not to bewail in this strain. Even this was said by myself as well as by the wise Vidura at the time of the gambling match at dice. These thy lamentations in connection with the Pandavas, as if thou wert a helpless person, are, O king, all useless. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 55. Duryodhana said, Fear not, O king. Nor shouldest thou grieve for us. O monarch, O lord, we are quite able to vanquish the foe in battle. When the Parthas had been exiled to the woods, there came unto them the slayer of Madhu with a vast army in battle array and capable of crushing hostile kingdoms, and there also came unto them the Kakayas, and Drishtaketu, and Drishtadhyumna of Pritha's race, and numerous other kings in their train, and all those great car warriors were assembled in a place not far from Indraprastha, and having assembled together they censured thee and all the Kurus. And O Bharata, all those warriors with Krishna at their head paid their homage unto Yudhishthira clad in deerskin and seated in their midst. And all those kings then suggested to Yudhishthira that he should take back the kingdom. And all of them desired to slay thee with all the followers. And hearing of all this, O bull of the Bharata race, I addressed Bhishma and Drona and Kripa, struck with fear, O king, at the prospect of the ruin that threatened our kindred. And I said unto them, I think the Pandavas will not abide by the agreement made by them. Vasudeva desireth our utter extinction. I think also that with the exception of Vidura all of you will be slain, although the chief of the Kurus, Dhritarashtra, conversant with morality, will not be included in the slaughter, O sire. Affecting our complete destruction, Janardana wisheth to bestow upon Yudhishthira the entire kingdom of the Kurus. What should be done? Shall we surrender, or fly, or shall we fight the foe giving up every hope of life? If, indeed, we stand up against them, our defeat is certain, for all the kings of the earth are under Yudhishthira's command. The people of the realm are all annoyed with us, and all our friends also are angry with us. All the kings of the earth are speaking ill of us, and especially all our friends and relatives. There can be no fault in our surrender, for from time immemorial, the weaker party is known to conclude peace. I grieve, however, for that Lord of men, my blind father, who may, on my account, be overtaken by woe and misery that is endless. It is known to thee, O king, even before this, that thy other sons were all opposed to the foe for pleasing me only. Those mighty car warriors, the sons of Pandu, will, indeed, avenge their wrongs by destroying the whole race of King Dhritarashtra with all his counselors. It was thus that I addressed them, and, seeing me afflicted by great anxiety and my senses tortured, Drona and Bhishma and Kripa and Drona's son then addressed me, saying, "Fear not, O repressor of foes, for if the foe wage hostilities with us, they will not be able to vanquish us when we take the field. Every one of us is singly capable of vanquishing all the kings of the earth. Let them come. With keen-edged arrows we will curb their pride." Inflamed with anger upon the death of his father, this Bhishma, amongst us, in days of old had conquered all the kings of the earth on a single car. O Bharata, his wrath excited, that best of the Kurus smote numberless ones amongst them, whereupon from fear they are surrendered to this Devavrata seeking his protection. That Bhishma, united with us, is still capable of vanquishing the foe in battle. Let thy fears, therefore, O bull of the Bharata race, be all dispelled. Duryodhana continued, even this was the resolve then formed by these heroes of immeasurable energy. The whole earth was formerly under the foe's command. Now, however, they are incapable of vanquishing us in battle, for our enemies, the sons of Pandu, are now without allies and destitute of energy. O bull of the Bharata race, the sovereignty of the earth now resteth in me, and the kings also, assembled by me, are of the same mind with me in weal or woe. Know thou, O best of the Kuru race, that all these kings, O slayer of foes, can, for my sake, enter into the fire or the sea. They are all laughing at thee, beholding thee filled with grief and including in these lamentations like one out of his wits, and affrighted at the praises of the foe. Every one amongst these kings is able to withstand the Pandavas. Indeed, sire, every one regardeth himself. Let thy fears, therefore, be dispelled. Even Vyasa himself is not capable of vanquishing my vast host. The self-create Brahma himself, if desirous of slaying it, cannot annihilate it. Having given up all hopes of a city, Yudhishthira craveth only 5 villages, affrighted, O Lord, at the army I have assembled and at my power. The belief thou entertainest in the prowess of Vrikodara, the son of Kunti, is unfounded. O Bharata, thou knowest not the extent of my prowess. There is none on earth equal to me in an encounter with the mace. None have ever surpassed me in such an encounter, nor will any surpass me. With devoted application and undergoing many privations, I have lived in my preceptor's abode. I have completed my knowledge and exercises there. It is for this that I have no fear either of Bhima or of others. When I humbly waited upon Sankarsana, my preceptor, blessed be thou, it was his firm conviction that Duryodhana hath no equal in the mace. In battle I am Sankarsana's equal, and in might there is none superior to me on earth. Bhima will never be able to bear the blow of my mace in battle. A single blow, O king, that I may wrathfully deal unto Bhima will certainly, O hero, carry him without delay to the abode of Yama. O king, I wish to see Vrikodara mace in hand. This hath been my long-cherished desire. Struck in battle with my mace, Vrikodara, the son of Pritha, will fall dead on the ground, his limbs shattered. Smitten with a blow of my mace, the mountains of Himavat may split into 100,000 fragments. Vrikodara himself knoweth this truth, as also Vasudeva and Arjuna, that there is no one equal to Duryodhana in the use of mace. Let thy fears, therefore, caused by Vrikodara, be dispelled, for I will certainly slay him in fierce conflict. Do not, O king, give way to melancholy. And after I have slain him, numerous car warriors of equal or superior energy will, O bull among the Bharatas, speedily throw Arjuna down. Bhishma, Dronakripa, and Drona's son, Karna, and Bhurishravas, Salya, the king of Pragjyotish, and Jayadratha, the king of the Sindhus, every one of these, O Bharata, is singly capable of slaying the Pandavas. When united together, they will, within a moment, send Arjuna to the abode of Yama. There, indeed, is no reason why the united army of all the kings will be incapable of vanquishing the Dhananjaya singly. 100 times shrouded by immeasurable arrows shot by Bhishma and Drona's son and Kripa, and deprived of strength, Partha will have to go unto Yama's abode. Our grandsire born of Ganga is, O Bharata, superior to Santanu himself. Like unto a regenerate saint, and incapable of being withstood by the very celestials, he took his birth amongst men. There is no slayer of Bhishma, O king, on earth, for his father, being gratified, gave him the boon, thou shalt not die except when it is thy own wish. And Drona took his birth in a waterpot from the regenerate Saint Bharadvaja. And from Drona hath taken birth his son, having a knowledge of the highest weapons. And this the foremost of preceptors. Kripa also hath taken his birth from the great Rishi Gautama. Born in a clump of heath, this illustrious one, I think, is incapable of being slain. Then again, O king, the father, mother, and maternal uncle of Aswathaman, these three, are not born of woman's womb. I have that hero also on my side. All these mighty car warriors, O king, are like unto celestials, and can, O bull of the Bharata race, inflict pain on Sakra himself in battle. Arjuna is incapable of even looking at any one of these singly. When united together, these tigers among men will certainly slay the Dhananjaya. Karna also, I suppose, is equal unto Bhishma and Drona and Kripa. O Bharata, Rama himself had told him, thou art equal unto me. Karna had 2 earrings born with him, of great brilliance and beauty. For Sachi's gratification Indra begged him of that represser of foes, in exchange, O king, of an infallible and terrible shaft. How would the Dhananjaya, therefore, escape with life from Karna, who is protected by that arrow? My success, therefore, O king, is as certain as a fruit held fast in my own grasp. The utter defeat also of my foes is already brooded about on earth. This Bhishma, O Bharata, killeth every day 10,000 soldiers. Equal unto him are these bowmen, Drona's son, and Kripa. Then, O represser of foes, the ranks of the Samsaptaka warriors have made this resolution: either we will slay Arjuna, or that 8-bannered warrior will slay us. There are other kings also, who, firm in their resolve of slaying Savyasakan, regard him as unequal to themselves. Why dost thou then apprehend danger from the Pandavas? When Bhimasena will be slain, O Bharata, who else, amongst them, will fight? Tell me this, O represser of foes, if thou knowest any amongst the foes. The 5 brothers, with Drishtadyumna and Satyaki, these 7 warriors of the enemy, O king, are regarded as their chief strength. Those, however, amongst us, that are our chief warriors, are Bhishma, Drona, Kripa, Drona's son, Karna, Somadatta, Valaka, and Salya, the king of Pragyatisha, the 2 kings, Vinda and Anyavinda, of Avanti, and Jayadratha, and then, O king, thy sons Desasana, Dharmaka, Desaha, Shritayu, Chitrasena, Parumithra, Vivangsati, Sala, Burishravas, and Vikarna. O king, I have assembled 1 and 10 Akshahinis. The army of the enemy is less than mine, amounting only to 7 Akshahinis. How then can I be defeated? Vrihaspati hath said that an army which is less by a third ought to be encountered. My army, O king, exceedeth that of the foe by a third. Besides, O Bharata, I know that the enemy hath many defects, while mine, O Lord, are endued with many good virtues. Knowing all this, O Bharata, as also the superiority of my force and the inferiority of the Pandavas, it behoveth thee not to lose thy senses. Having said this, O Bharata, that conqueror of hostile chiefs, Duryodhana, asked Sanjaya again, anxious to know more about the doings of the Pandavas. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 56. Duryodhana said, having obtained, O Sanjaya, an army numbering 7 Akshahinis, what is Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, with the other kings in his company, doing in view of the war? Sanjaya said, Yudhishthira, O king, is very cheerful in view of the battle. And so also are Bhimasena and Arjuna. The twins also are perfectly fearless. Desirous of making an experiment of the mantras obtained by him, Vibhatsu, the son of Kunti, yoked his celestial car illuminating all the directions. Accoutred in mail, he looked like a mass of clouds charged with lightning. After reflecting for a while, he cheerfully addressed me, saying, Behold, O Sanjaya, these preliminary signs. We will certainly conquer. Indeed, what Vibhatsu said unto me appeared to me to be true. Duryodhana said, Thou rejoicest to applaud those sons of Pritha defeated at dice. Tell us now what sort of steeds are yoked unto Arjuna's car, and what sort of banners are set up on it. Sanjaya said, O great king, the celestial artificer called Tastri or Bhamana, aided by Sakra and Dhatri, created forms of diverse kinds and great beauty for Arjuna's car. And displaying divine illusion, they placed on his flagstaff those celestial forms, large and small, of great value. And at Bhimasena's request, Hanumat, the son of the wind god, will also place his own image on it. And Bhamana has, in its creation, had recourse to such illusion that banner covers, both perpendicularly and laterally, an area of 1 yojana, and even if trees stand in its way, its course cannot be impeded. Indeed, even as Sakra's bow of diverse colors is exhibited in the firmament, and nobody knows of what it is made, so hath that banner been contrived by Bhamana, for its form is varied and ever varying. And as column of smoke mixed with fire riseth up, covering the sky and displaying many bright hues and elegant shapes, so doth that banner contrived by Bhamana rear its head. Indeed, it hath no weight, nor is it capable of being obstructed. And unto that car are a century of excellent celestial steeds of white hue and endued with the speed of the mind, all presented by Chitrasena, the king of the Gandharvas. And neither on earth, O king, nor in the sky, nor in heaven, their course can be impeded. And formerly a boon hath been granted to the effect that their number would always remain full how often soever they might be slain. And unto Yudhishthira's car are yoked large steeds of equal energy and white in color like ivory. And unto Bhimasena's car are yoked coursers endued with the speed of the wind and the splendor of the 7 rishis. And steeds of sable bodies and backs variegated like the wings of the titri bird, all presented by his gratified brother Falguna, and superior to those of the heroic Falguna himself, cheerfully carry Sadeva. And Nakula of Ajamata's race, the son of Madri, is born, like Indra the slayer of Vritra, by excellent steeds, presented by the great Indra himself, almighty as the wind and endued with great speed. And excellent steed of large size, equal unto those of the Pandavas themselves in years and strength, endued with great swiftness and of handsome make, and all presented by the celestials, carry those youthful princes, the sons of Subhadra and Draupadi. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 57. Dhritarashtra said, Whom hast thou, O Sanjaya, seen to have, from affection, arrived there, and who will, on behalf of the Pandavas, fight my son's forces? Sanjaya said, I have seen Krishna, the foremost of the Andhakas and the Vrishnis, arrived there, and Chekatana, as also Satyaki, otherwise called Yuyudhana. And those 2 mighty car warriors, proud of their strength and famed over all the world, have joined the Pandavas, each with a separate Akshahini of troops. and Drupada, the king of the Panchalas, surrounded by his 10 heroic sons Satyajit and others headed by Drishtadyumna, and well protected by Sikandin, and having furnished his soldiers with every necessary thing, hath come there with a full Akshahini, desirous of honoring Yudhishthira. And that lord of earth, Virata, with his 2 sons Sankha and Uttara, as also with those heroes Suryadatta and others headed by Madaraksha and surrounded by 1 Akshahini of troops, hath thus accompanied by brothers and sons, joined the son of Pritha. And the son of Jarasandha, the king of Magadha, and Drishtaketu, the king of the Chedis, have separately come there, each accompanied by an Akshahini of troops. And the 5 brothers of Kakaya, all having purple flags, have joined the Pandavas, surrounded by an Akshahini of troops. Then numbering to this extent, have I seen assembled there, and these, on behalf of the Pandavas, will encounter the Dhritarashtra host. That great car warrior, Drishtadyumna, who is acquainted with human, celestial, Gandharv and Asura arrays of battle, leadeth that host. O king, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, has been assigned to Sikandin as his share, and Virata with all his Matsya warriors will support Sikandin. The mighty king of the Madras hath been assigned to the eldest son of Pandu as his share, though some are of opinion that those 2 are not well matched. Duryodhana with his sons and his 99 brothers, as also the rulers of the east and the south, have been assigned to Bhimasena as his share. Karna, the son of Vikartana, and Jayadratha, the king of the Sindhus, have been assigned to Arjuna as his share. And those heroes also on the earth who are incapable of being withstood and who are proud of their might have been accepted by Arjuna as his share. And those mighty bowmen, the 5 royal brothers of Kakaya, will put forth their strength in battle, accepting the Kakaya warriors, on Dhritarashtra's side, as antagonists. And in their share are included the Malavas also, and the Salwakas, as also the 2 famous warriors of the Trigarta host who have sworn to conquer or die. And all the sons of Duryodhana and Dasasana, as also King Vrihadvala, have been assigned to Subhadra's son as his share. And those great bowmen, the sons of Draupadi, having cars furnished with gold-embroidered banners, all headed by Drishtadyumna, will, O Bharata, advance against Drona. And Chekatana on his car desireth to encounter Somadatta in single combat with him, while Satyaki is anxious to battle against the Bhoja chief, Kritavarman. And the heroic son of Madri, Sadeva, who setteth up terrible roars in battle, hath intended to take as his share thy brother-in-law, the son of Suvala. And Nakula also, the son of Madravati, hath intended to take as his share the deceitful Uluka and the tribes of the Saraswatas. As for all the other kings of the earth, O monarch, who will go to battle, the sons of Pandu have, by naming them, distributed them in their own respective shares. Thus hath the Pandava host been distributed into divisions. Do thou now, without delay, with thy sons, act as thou thinkest best. Dhritarashtra said, Alas, all my foolish sons, addicted to deceitful dice, are already dead when it is the mighty Bhima with whom they desire to encounter in the field of battle. All the kings of the earth too, consecrated by Death himself for sacrifice, will rush to the Gandiva, like so many moths into fire. Methinks my host is already put to flight by those illustrious warriors formerly injured by me. Who, indeed, shall follow to battle my warriors, whose ranks will be broken by the sons of Pandu in the encounter? All of them are mighty car warriors, possessed of great bravery, of famous achievements, endued with great prowess, equal unto the fiery sun in energy, and all victorious in battle. Those that have Yudhishthira for their leader, the slayer of Madhu for their protector, the heroic Savyasakan and Vrakodara for their warriors, and Nakula, and Sadeva, and Drishtadyumna, the son of Prashada, and Satyaki, and Drupada, and Drishtaketu with his son, and Uttamajas, and the unconquerable Udamanyu of the Panchalas, and Sikandin, and Kshatradeva, and Uttara, the son of Virata, and Kasayas, the Chaityas, the Matsyas, the Srinjayas, Vabhra the son of Virata, the Panchalas, and the Prabhadrakas, for fighting for them, those, indeed, from whom Indra himself cannot, if they are unwilling, snatch this earth, those heroes, cool and steady, in fight, who can split the very mountains. Alas, it is with them that are endued with every virtue and possessed of superhuman prowess that this wicked son of mine, O Sanjaya, desireth to fight, disregarding me even though I am crying myself hoarse. Duryodhana said, both the Pandavas and ourselves are of the same race, both they and we tread upon the same earth. Why dost thou think that victory will declare itself for only the Pandavas? Bhishma, Drona, Kripa, the unconquerable Karna, Jayadratha, Somadatta, and Aswatthama, almighty bowmen and endued with great energy, are incapable of being vanquished by Indra himself united with the celestials. What sayest thou then, O father of the Pandavas? Ali, these noble and heroic kings of the earth, bearing weapons, O father, are quite capable, for my sake, of withstanding the Pandavas, while the latter are not capable of even gazing at my troops. I am powerful enough to encounter in battle the Pandavas with their sons. O Bharata, all those rulers of the earth, who are anxious for my welfare, will certainly seize all the Pandavas like a herd of young deer by means of net. I tell thee, in consequence of our crowds of cars and snares of arrows, the Panchalas and the Pandavas will all be routed. Dhritarashtra said, O Sanjaya, this my son speaketh like a mad man, for he is incapable of vanquishing in battle Yudhishthira the just. This Bhishma truly knoweth the might of the famous, powerful, virtuous, and high-souled Pandavas and their sons, for he doth not wish a battle with those illustrious ones. But tell me again, O Sanjaya, of their movements. Tell me, who are inciting those illustrious and mighty bowmen endued with great activity, like priests enkindling, homa, fires with libations of clarified butter. Sanjaya said, O Bharata, Drishtadyumna is always urging the Pandavas to war, saying, fight ye, best among the Bharatas. Do not entertain the least fear. All those rulers of the earth, who, courted by Dhritarashtra's son, will become in that fierce encounter target of showers of weapons. Indeed, I alone will encounter all those angry kings assembled together with their relatives, like a whale seizing little fishes from the water. Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and Karna and Drona's son and Salya and Suyodhana, them all I withstand, like the bank resisting the swelling sea. Unto him saying thus, the virtuous King Yudhishthira said, the Panchalas and the Pandavas wholly depend upon thy prowess and steadiness. Rescue us safely from the war. I know, O mighty armed one, that thou art firm in the duties of the Kshatriya order. Thou art, indeed, quite competent to smite alone the Kauravas. When the latter, eager for fight, will stand before us, what thou, O repressor of foes, wilt arrange, will certainly be for our good. Even this is the opinion of those acquainted with the Scriptures, that the hero, who, displaying his prowess, relieveth those that after the rout run away from the battlefield, seeking for protection, is to be bought with 1,000. Thou, O bull among men, art brave, mighty, and powerful. Without doubt, thou art that deliverer of those that are overpowered with fear on the field of battle. And when the righteous Yudhishthira the son of Kunti said this, Drishtadyumna fearlessly addressed me in these words, Go thou, O Sutta, without delay, and say unto all those that have come to fight for Duryodhana, say unto the Kurus of the Pratapa dynasty with the Valakas, the son of Saradwata and Karna and Drona's son, and Jayadratha, and Dasasana, and Vikarna and King Duryodhana, and Bhishma, do not suffer yourselves to be slain by Arjuna, who is protected by the celestials. Before that happens, let some good man approach Yudhishthira and entreat that son of Pandu, that best of men, to accept the kingdom, surrendered by them, without delay. There is no warrior on the earth like unto Savyasakan, son of Pandu, of prowess incapable of being baffled. The celestial car of the holder of Gandiva is protected by the very gods. He is incapable of being vanquished by human beings. Do not, therefore, bend your mind to war. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 58. Dhritarashtra said, Yudhishthira the son of Pandu is endued with Kshatriya energy and letteth the Brahmacharya mode of life from his very youth. Alas, with him these foolish sons of mine desire to fight, disregarding me that am thus bewailing. I ask thee, O Duryodhana, O foremost of the Bharata race, desist from hostility. O chastiser of foes, under any circumstances, war is never applauded. Half the earth is quite enough for the maintenance of thyself and all thy followers. Give back unto the sons of Pandu, O chastiser of foes, their proper share. All the Kauravas deem just this to be consistent with justice, that thou shouldst make peace with the high-souled sons of Pandu. Reflect thus, O son, and thou wilt find that this thy army is for thy own death. Thou understandest not this from thy own folly. I myself do not desire war, nor Valaka, nor Bhishma, nor Drona, nor Aswathaman, nor Sanjaya, nor Somadata, nor Salya, nor Kripa, nor Satyavrat, nor Purusharthas, nor Purusharthas. In fact, none of these desireth war. Indeed, those warriors upon whom the Kauravas, when afflicted by the foe, will have to rely, do not approve of the war. O child, let that be acceptable to thee. Alas, thou dost not seek it of thy own will, but it is Karna and the evil-minded Dasasana and Sakuni, the son of Suvala, that are leading thee to it. Duryodhana said, I challenge the Pandavas to battle, without depending upon thyself, Drona, or Aswathaman, or Sanjaya, or Vikarna, or Kamvoja, or Kripa, or Valaka, or Satyavrat, or Purusharthas, or Purusharthas, or others of thy party. But, O bull among men, only myself and Karna, O sire, are prepared to celebrate the sacrifice of battle with all the necessary rites, making Yudhishthira the victim. In that sacrifice, my car will be the altar, my sword will be the smaller ladle, my mace, the large one, for pouring libations, my coat of mail will be assembly of spectators, my 4 steeds will be the officiating priests, my arrows will be the blades of kusa grass, and fame will be the clarified butter. O king, performing, in honor of Yama, such a sacrifice in battle, the ingredients of which will all be furnished by ourselves, we will return victoriously covered with glory, after having slain our foes. 3 of us, O sire, viz., myself and Karna and my brother Dasasana, will slay the Pandavas in battle. Either I, slaying the Pandavas, will sway this earth, or the sons of Pandu, having slain me, will enjoy this earth. O king, O thou of unfading glory, I would sacrifice my life, kingdom, wealth, everything, but would not be able to live side by side with the Pandavas. O venerable one, I will not surrender to the Pandavas even that much of land which may be covered by the sharp point of a needle. Dhritarashtra said, I now abandon Duryodhana forever. I nevertheless grieve for you all, ye kings, that will follow this fool who is about to proceed to Yama's abode. Like tigers among a herd of deer, those foremost of smiters the sons of Pandu will smite down your principal leaders assembled for battle. Methinks, the Bharata host, like a helpless woman, will be afflicted and crushed and hurled to a distance by Yuyudana of long arms. Adding to the strength of Yudhishthira's army, which without him was already sufficient, Sini's son will take up his stand on the field of battle and scatter his arrows like seeds on a cultivated field. And Bhimasena will take up his position in the very van of the combatants, and all his soldiers will fearlessly stand in his rear, as behind a rampart. Indeed, when thou, O Duryodhana, wilt behold elephants, huge as hills, prostrated on the ground with their tusks disabled, their temples crushed and bodies dyed with gore, in fact, when thou wilt see them lying on the field of battle like riven hills, then, afraid of a clash with him, thou wilt remember these my words. Beholding thy host consisting of cars, steeds, and elephants, consumed by Bhimasena, and presenting the spectacle of a widespread conflagrations track, thou wilt remember these my words. If ye do not make peace with the Pandavas, overwhelming calamity will be yours. Slain by Bhimasena with his mace, ye will rest in peace. Indeed, when thou wilt see the Kuru host leveled to the ground by Bhima, like a large forest torn up by the roots, then wilt thou remember these my words. Vaisampayana continued, having said this unto all those rulers of the earth, the king addressing Sanjaya again, asked him as follows. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 59. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me, O thou of great wisdom, what high-souled Vasudeva and Dhananjaya said. I am anxious to hear from thee all about this. Sanjaya said, Listen, O king, as I tell thee the state in which I found Krishna and Dhananjaya. I will also, O Bharata, tell thee what those heroes said, O king, with looks bent down and hands joined together, and with senses well restrained, I entered the inner apartments for conferring with those gods among men. Neither Abhimanyu nor the twins can repair to that place where are the two Krishnas and Draupadi and Lady Satyabhama. There I beheld those chastisers of foes, exhilarated with bashful wine, their bodies adorned with garlands of flowers. Attired in excellent robes and adorned with celestial ornaments, they sat on a golden dais, decked with numerous gems, and covered over with carpets of diverse texture and hue. And I beheld Kesava's feet resting upon Arjuna's lap, while those of the high-souled Arjuna rested upon the laps of Krishna and Satyabhama. Partha then pointed out to me, for a seat, a footstool made of gold. Touching it with my hand, I seated myself down on the ground. And when he withdrew his feet from the footstool, I beheld auspicious marks on both his soles. Those consisted of two longitudinal lines running from heels to foretoe, O sire, endued with black complexions, of high statures, and erect like solid trunks. Beholding those youthful heroes, both seated on the same seat, a great fear seized me. They seemed to me to be Indra and Vishnu seated together, though Duryodhana of dull sense knoweth it no consequence of his reliance on Drona and Bhishma and on the loud vaunts of Karna. That very moment, I was convinced that the wishes of Yudhishthira the just, who had those two for obeying his orders, were certain to succeed. Being hospitably entertained with food and drink, and honored with other courtesies, I conveyed to them thy message, placing my joined hands on my head. Then Partha, removing Kesava's auspicious foot from his lap, with his hand scarred by the flappings of the bowstring, urged him to speak. Sitting up erect like Indra's banner, adorned with every ornament, and resembling Indra himself in energy, Krishna then addressed me. And the words which that best of speakers said were sweet, charming, and mild, though awful and alarming to the son of Dhritarashtra. Indeed, the words uttered by Krishna, who alone is fit to speak, were of correct emphasis and accent, and pregnant with meaning, though heartrending in the end. And Vasudeva said, O Sanjaya, say thou these words unto the wise Dhritarashtra and in the hearing of that foremost of the Kurus, Bhishma, and also of Drona, having first saluted at our request, O Sutta, all the aged ones, and hawing inquired after the welfare of the younger ones, do ye celebrate diverse sacrifices, making presents unto the Brahmanas, and rejoice with your sons and wives, for a great danger threatens ye? Do ye give away wealth unto deserving persons, beget desirable sons, and do agreeable offices to those that are dear to thee, for King Yudhishthira is eager for victory? While I was at a distance, Krishna with tears addressing me said, that debt, accumulating with time, hath not yet been paid off by me. Ye have provoked hostilities with that Savyasakan, who hath for his bow the invincible Gandiva, of fiery energy, and who hath me for his helpmate. Who, even if he were Purandara himself, would challenge Partha having me for his helpmate, unless, of course, his span of life were full. He that is capable of vanquishing Arjuna in battle is, indeed, able to uphold the earth with his two arms, to consume all created things in anger and hurl the celestials from heaven. Among the celestials, Asuras, and men, among Yakshas, Gandharvas, and Nagas, I do not find the person that can encounter Arjuna in battle. That wonderful story which is heard of an encounter in the city of Virata between a single person on one side and innumerable warriors on the other is sufficient proof of this. That ye all fled in all directions, being routed in the city of Virata by that son of Pandu singly, is sufficient proof of this. Might, prowess, energy, speed, lightness of hand, indefatigableness, and patience are not to be found in any one else save Partha. Thus spoke Hrishikesa, cheering up Partha by his words and roaring like rain-charged clouds in the firmament. Having heard these words of Kesava, the diadem-decked Arjuna, of white steeds, also spoke to the same effect. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 58. Dhritarashtra said, Yudhishthira the son of Pandu is endued with Kshatriya energy and letteth the Brahmacharya mode of life from his very youth. Alas, with him these foolish sons of mine desire to fight, disregarding me that am thus bewailing. I ask thee, O Duryodhana, O foremost of the Bharata race, desist from hostility. O chastiser of foes, under any circumstances, war is never applauded. Half the earth is quite enough for the maintenance of thyself and all thy followers. Give back unto the sons of Pandu, O chastiser of foes, their proper share. All the Kauravas deem just this to be consistent with justice, that thou shouldst make peace with the high-souled sons of Pandu. Reflect thus, O son, and thou wilt find that this thy army is for thy own death. Thou understandest not this from thy own folly. I myself do not desire war, nor Valaka, nor Bhishma, nor Drona, nor Aswathaman, nor Sanjaya, nor Somadata, nor Salya, nor Kripa, nor Satyavrat, nor Parumithra, nor Purusharthas. In fact, none of these desireth war. Indeed, those warriors upon whom the Kauravas, when afflicted by the foe, will have to rely, do not approve of the war. O child, let that be acceptable to thee. Alas, thou dost not seek it of thy own will, but it is Karna and the evil-minded Dasasana and Sakuni, the son of Suvala, that are leading thee to it. Duryodhana said, I challenge the Pandavas to battle, without depending upon thyself, Drona, or Aswathaman, or Sanjaya, or Vikarna, or Kamvoja, or Kripa, or Valaka, or Satyavrat, or Parumithra, or Purusharthas, or others of thy party. But, O bull among men, only myself and Karna, O sire, are prepared to celebrate the sacrifice of battle with all the necessary rites, making Yudhishthira the victim. In that sacrifice, my car will be the altar, my sword will be the smaller ladle, my mace, the large one, for pouring libations, my coat of mail will be assembly of spectators, my 4 steeds will be the officiating priests, my arrows will be the blades of kusa grass, and fame will be the clarified butter. O king, performing, in honor of Yama, such a sacrifice in battle, the ingredients of which will all be furnished by ourselves, we will return victoriously covered with glory, after having slain our foes. 3 of us, O sire, viz., myself and Karna and my brother Desasana will slay the Pandavas in battle. Either I, slaying the Pandavas, will sway this earth, or the sons of Pandu, having slain me, will enjoy this earth. O king, O thou of unfading glory, I would sacrifice my life, kingdom, wealth, everything, but would not be able to live side by side with the Pandavas. O venerable one, I will not surrender to the Pandavas even that much of land which may be covered by the sharp point of a needle. Dhritarashtra said, I now abandon Duryodhana forever. I nevertheless grieve for you all, ye kings, that will follow this fool who is about to proceed to Yama's abode. Like tigers among a herd of deer, those foremost of smiters, the sons of Pandu, will smite down your principal leaders assembled for battle. Methinks, the Bharata host, like a helpless woman, will be afflicted and crushed and hurled to a distance by Yuyudhana of long arms. Adding to the strength of Yudhishthira's army, which without him was already sufficient, Seni's son will take up his stand on the field of battle and scatter his arrows like seeds on a cultivated field. And Bhimasena will take up his position in the very van of the combatants, and all his soldiers will fearlessly stand in his rear, as behind a rampart. Indeed, when thou, O Duryodhana, wilt behold elephants, huge as hills, prostrated on the ground with their tusks disabled, their temples crushed and bodies dyed with gore, in fact, when thou wilt see them lying on the field of battle like riven hills, then, afraid of a clash with him, thou wilt remember these my words. Beholding thy host consisting of cars, steeds, and elephants, consumed by Bhimasena, and presenting the spectacle of a widespread conflagrations track, thou wilt remember these my words. If ye do not make peace with the Pandavas, overwhelming calamity will be yours. Slain by Bhimasena with his mace, ye will rest in peace. Indeed, when thou wilt see the Kuru host leveled to the ground by Bhima, like a large forest torn up by the roots, then wilt thou remember these my words. Vaisampayana continued, having said this unto all those rulers of the earth, the king addressing Sanjaya again, asked him as follows. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 59. Dhritarashtra said, Tell me, O thou of great wisdom, what high-souled Vasudeva and Dhananjaya said. I am anxious to hear from thee all about this. Sanjaya said, Listen, O king, as I tell thee the state in which I found Krishna and Dhananjaya. I will also, O Bharata, tell thee what those heroes said, O king, with looks bent down and hands joined together, and with senses well restrained, I entered the inner apartments for conferring with those gods among men. Neither Abhimanyu nor the twins can repair to that place where are the two Krishnas and Draupadi and Lady Satyabhama. There I beheld those chastisers of foes, exhilarated with bashful wine, their bodies adorned with garlands of flowers. Attired in excellent robes and adorned with celestial ornaments, they sat on a golden dais, decked with numerous gems, and covered over with carpets of diverse texture and hue. And I beheld Kesava's feet resting upon Arjuna's lap, while those of the high-souled Arjuna rested upon the laps of Krishna and Satyabhama. Partha then pointed out to me, for a seat, a footstool made of gold. Touching it with my hand, I seated myself down on the ground. And when he withdrew his feet from the footstool, I beheld auspicious marks on both his soles. Those consisted of two longitudinal lines running from heels to foretoe, O sire, endued with black complexions, of high statures, and erect like solid trunks. Beholding those youthful heroes, both seated on the same seat, a great fear seized me. They seemed to me to be Indra and Vishnu seated together, though Duryodhana of dull sense knoweth it no consequence of his reliance on Drona and Bhishma and on the loud vaunts of Karna. That very moment, I was convinced that the wishes of Yudhishthira the just, who had those two for obeying his orders, were certain to succeed. Being hospitably entertained with food and drink, and honored with other courtesies, I conveyed to them thy message, placing my joined hands on my head. Then Partha, removing Kesva's auspicious foot from his lap, with his hand scarred by the flappings of the bowstring, urged him to speak. Sitting up erect like Indra's banner, adorned with every ornament, and resembling Indra himself in energy, Krishna then addressed me. And the words which that best of speakers said were sweet, charming, and mild, though awful and alarming to the son of Dhritarashtra. Indeed, the words uttered by Krishna, who alone is fit to speak, were of correct emphasis and accent, and pregnant with meaning, though heartrending in the end. And Vasudeva said, O Sanjaya, say thou these words unto the wise Dhritarashtra, and in the hearing of that foremost of the Kurus, Bhishma, and also of Drona, having first saluted at our request, O Sutta, all the aged ones, and hawing inquired after the welfare of the younger ones, do ye celebrate diverse sacrifices, making presents unto the Brahmanas, and rejoice with your sons and wives? For a great danger threatens ye? Do ye give away wealth unto deserving persons, beget desirable sons, and do agreeable offices to those that are dear to thee, for King Yudhishthira is eager for victory? While I was at a distance, Krishna with tears addressing me said, that debt, accumulating with time, hath not yet been paid off by me. Ye have provoked hostilities with that Savyasakan, who hath for his bow the invincible Gandiva, of fiery energy, and who hath me for his helpmate. Who, even if he were Purandara himself, would challenge Partha having me for his helpmate, unless, of course, his span of life were full. He that is capable of vanquishing Arjuna in battle is, indeed, able to uphold the earth with his two arms, to consume all created things in anger and hurl the celestials from heaven. Among the celestials, Asuras, and men, among Yakshas, Gandharvas, and Nagas, I do not find the person that can encounter Arjuna in battle. That wonderful story which is heard of an encounter in the city of Virata between a single person on one side and innumerable warriors on the other is sufficient proof of this. That ye all fled in all directions, being routed in the city of Virata by that son of Pandusingli, is sufficient proof of this. Might, prowess, energy, speed, lightness of hand, indefatigableness, and patience are not to be found in any one else save Partha. Thus spoke Hrishikesa, cheering up Partha by his words and roaring like rain-charged clouds in the firmament. Having heard these words of Kesva, the diadem-decked Arjuna, of white steeds, also spoke to the same effect. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 60. Vaisampayana said, having heard these words of Sanjaya, the monarch endued with the eye of wisdom, took that speech into his consideration as regards its merits and demerits. And having counted in detail the merits and demerits as far as he could, and having exactly ascertained the strength and weakness of both parties, the learned and intelligent king, ever desirous of victory to his sons, then began to compare the powers of both sides. And having at last ascertained that the Pandavas were endued with strength and energy both human and divine, and that the Kurus were much weaker, Dhritarashtra said unto Duryodhana, this anxiety, O Duryodhana, always filleth me. Indeed, it doth not leave me. Truly, it seemeth that I behold it with my eye. This conviction is not a matter of inference. All created beings show great affection for their offsprings, and do, to the best of their power, what is agreeable and beneficial to them. This is generally to be seen also in the case of benefactors. They that are good always desire to return the good done to them, and to do what is highly agreeable to their benefactors. Remembering what was done to him to Pandava, Agni will, no doubt, render aid to Arjuna in this terrible encounter between the Kurus and the Pandavas. And from parental affection, Dharma and other celestials duly invoked will come together to the aid of the Pandavas. I think that to save them from Bhishma and Drona and Kripa, the celestials will be filled with wrath, resembling the thunderbolt in its effects. Endued with energy and well-versed in the use of weapons, those tigers among men, the sons of Pritha, when united with the celestials, will be incapable of being even gazed upon by human warriors. He who hath the irresistible, excellent, and celestial Gandiva for his bow, he who hath a couple of celestial quivers obtained from Varuna, large, full of shafts, and inexhaustible, he on whose banner, that is unobstructed like smoke in its action, is stationed the monkey image of celestial origin, whose car is unequaled on the earth girt by the four seas, and the rattle of which is heard by men is like the roar of the clouds, and which like the rolling of the thunder frightens the foe, he whom the whole world regards as superhuman in energy, he whom all the kings of the earth know to be the vanquisher of the very gods in battle, he that taketh up 500 arrows at a time and in the twinkling of the eye, shooteth them, unseen by other, to a great distance, that son of Pritha and Tiger among car warriors and chastiser of foes, whom Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and Drona's son and Salya, the king of the Madras, and, in fact, all impartial persons regard as incapable of being vanquished by even earthly kings of superhuman prowess. When ready for fight, who shooteth at one stretch full 500 arrows, and who is equal unto Kartavirya in strength of arms, that great bowman, Arjuna, equal unto Indra or Upindra in prowess, I behold that great warrior committing a great havoc in this terrible battle. O Bharata, reflecting day and night on this, I am unhappy and sleepless, through anxiety for the welfare of the Kurus. A terrible destruction is about to overtake the Kurus, if there is nothing but peace for ending this quarrel. I am for peace with the Parthas and not for war. O child, I always deemed the Pandavas mightier than the Kurus. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 61. Vaisampayana said, hearing these words of his father, the passionate son of Dhritarashtra, inflamed with great wrath, again said these words, of envy, of thou thinkest the Parthas, having the celestials for their allies, are incapable of being vanquished. Let this thy fear, O best of kings, be dispelled. The gods attain to their divinity for absence of desire, covetousness, and of enmity, as also for their indifference to all worldly affairs. Formerly, Dwapayana Vyasa and Narada, of great ascetic austerities, and Brahma, the son of Jamadagni, told us this. The gods never like human beings engage in work, O bull of the Bharata race, from desire, or wrath, or covetousness, or envy. Indeed, if Agni, or Vayu, or Dharma, or Indra, or the Ashwins had ever engaged themselves in works from worldly desire, then the sons of Pritha could never have fallen into distress. Do not, therefore, by any means, indulge in such anxiety, because the gods, O Bharata, always set their eyes on affairs worthy of themselves. If, however, envy or lust become noticeable in the gods in consequence of their yielding to desire, then, according to what has been ordained by the gods themselves, such envy or jest can never prevail. Charmed by me, Agni will be instantly extinguished, even if he blazes up all around for consuming all creatures. The energy with which the gods are endued is, indeed, great, but know, O Bharata, that mine is greater than that of the gods. If the earth herself cleaves in twain, or mountain crests split, I can reunite them, O king, by my incantations before the eyes of all. If for the destruction of this universe of animate and inanimate, mobile and immobile creatures, there happeneth a terrific tempest or stony shower of loud roar, I can always, from compassion for created beings, stop it before the eyes of all. When the waters are solidified by me, even cars and infantry can move over them. It is I who set a-going all the affairs of both gods and Asuras. Unto whatever countries I go with my Akshahinis on any mission, my steeds move whithersoever I desire. Within my dominions there are no fearful snakes, and protected by my incantations, creatures within my territories are never injured by others that are frightful. The very clouds, O king, pour, as regards those dwelling in my dominions, showers as much as they desire and when they desire. All my subjects, again, are devoted to religion and are never subject to calamities of season. The Ashwins, Vayu, Agni, Indra with the Maruts, and Dharma will not venture to protect my foes. If these had been able to protect by their might my adversaries, never would the sons of Pritha have fallen into such distress for 3 and 10 years. I tell thee truly that neither gods, nor Gandharvas, nor Asuras, nor Rakshasas are capable of saving him who hath incurred my displeasure. I have never before been baffled as regards the reward to punishment that I intended to bestow or inflict on friend or foe. If ever, O repressor of foes, I said this is to be, that hath always been. People, therefore, have always known me as a speaker of truth. All persons can bear witness to my greatness, the fame of which hath spread all around. I mention this, O king, for thy information and not from pride. Never had I, O king, praised myself before, for to praise one's own self is mean. Thou wilt hear of defeat of the Pandavas and the Matsyas, the Panchalas and the Kakayas, of Satyaki and Vasudeva, at my hands. Indeed, as rivers, on entering the ocean, are entirely lost in it, so the Pandavas with all their followers, on approaching me, will all be annihilated. My intelligence is superior, my energy is superior, my prowess is superior, my knowledge is superior, my resources are superior by far to those of the Pandavas. Whatever knowledge of weapons is in the grandsire, and Drona, and Kripa, and Salya, and Shalaya, exist in me as well. Having said these words, O Bharata, Duryodhana, that repressor of foes, again asked Sanjaya, in order to ascertain the proceedings of Yudhishthira bent upon war. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 62. Vaisampayana said, without much minding Dhritarashtra, the son of Vichitravirya, who was about to ask of Partha, Karna said unto Dhritarashtra's son these words, cheering up the spirit of the assembled Kurus, coming to know of the false pretense under which I obtained the Brahma weapon of old from Rama, the latter told me, when thy hour will come thy memory will fail thee in respect of this weapon. Even for so great an offense I was cursed so lightly by that great Rishi, my preceptor. That great Rishi of fierce energy is capable of consuming even the entire earth with her seas. By attention and personal bravery, I appeased his heart. I have that weapon with me still, and my period is not yet run. I am, therefore, fully competent to win victory, let the responsibility be mine. Having obtained the favor of that Rishi, I will slay within the twinkling of an eye the Panchalas, the Kurushas, the Matsyas, and the sons of Pritha with their sons and grandsons, and bestow on the numerous regions won by my weapons. Let the grandsire and Drona and all the kings stay with thee. I will slay the sons of Pritha, marching forth with the chief warriors of my army. Let that task be mine. Unto him speaking thus, Bhishma said, What sayest thou, O Karna? Thy intellect is clouded at the approach of thy hour. Knowest thou not, O Karna, that when the chief is slain, the sons of Dhritarashtra will all be slain? Having heard of the feat achieved by Dhananjaya, with Krishna only as his ally, at the burning of the Khandava forest, it behoveth thee with thy friends and relatives to restrain thy mind. The shaft that the illustrious and adorable chief of the celestials, the great Indra, gave thee, thou wilt see, will be broken and reduced to ashes when struck by Kesva with his discus. That other shaft of serpentine mouth that shineth, in thy quiver, and is respectfully worshipped by thee with flowery garlands, will, O Karna, when struck by the son of Pandu with his shafts, perish with thee. O Karna, the slayer of Vana and Bhumi's son, Naraka, Vasudeva himself, who hath, in the thickest of battle, slain foes equal and even superior to thee, protecteth the diadem-decked Arjuna. Karna said, without doubt, the chief of the Vrishnis is even so. Further, I admit that high-souled one is even more than that. Let, however, the grandsire listen to the effect of the bit of harsh speech that he hath uttered. I lay down my weapons. The grandsire will henceforth behold me in court only and not in battle. After thou hast become quiet, the rulers of the earth will behold my prowess in this world. Vaisampayana continued, having said this, that great bowman, Karna, leaving the court went to his own abode. Bhishma, however, O king, addressing Duryodhana in the midst of the Kurus, and laughing aloud, said, How truly doth the Suta's son keep his promise? Why, having repeatedly given his pledge, saying, The kings of Avanti and Kalinga, Jayadratha, and Chedidhaja and Valhika standing as spectators, I will slay hostile warriors by thousands and tens of thousands, how will he discharge that obligation? Having distributed his divisions in counter-array and scattering heads by thousands, behold the havoc committed by Bhimasena. Indeed, that moment, when, representing himself as a Brahmana unto the holy and blameless Rama, Vikartana's son obtained that weapon, that vile wretch lost both his virtue and asceticism. O King of Kings, when Bhishma said this after Karna had gone away giving up his weapons, Duryodhana, that foolish son of Vichitravirya's son, addressed Santanu's son in these words. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 63. Duryodhana said, The son of Pritha are all as other men, and are, in fact, of earthly birth as other men. Why then dost thou think that they are sure to win victory? Both ourselves and they are equal in energy, in prowess, in age, in intelligence, in knowledge of the scriptures, in weapons, in the art of war, in lightness of hand, and in skill. All of us are of the same species, all being men by birth. How then, O grandsire, dost thou know that victory will be theirs? I do not seek the accomplishment of my aims by relying upon thee, or Drona, or Kripa, or Valhika, or upon the other kings. Myself, and Karna, the son of Vikartana, and my brother Dasasana, will slay in battle the 5 sons of Pandu by sharpened arrows. Then shall we, O king, gratify Brahmanas by performing great sacrifices of diverse kinds, with abundant dakshinas, and by gifts of kine and horses and wealth. When my troops will drag by the aid of their mighty arms the Pandavas in battle, like hunters dragging a herd of deer by a net, or whirlpools drawing a crewless boat, then the sons of Pandu, beholding us their foe, supported by crowds and cars and elephants, will give up their pride, and not they alone but Kesva also. Hearing this, Vidura said, Venerable persons of infallible knowledge say that in this world self-restraint is highly beneficial. In the case of Brahmana especially, it is his duty. He whose self-restraint followeth charity, asceticism, knowledge, and study of the Vedas, always winneth success, forgiveness, and the fruit of his gifts. Self-restraint enhanceth energy, and is an excellent and holy attribute. Freed from sin and his energy increased by self-restraint, one acquireth even Brahma through it. People are always afraid of those that are without self-restraint, as if the latter were very Rakshasas. And it is for keeping these under check that the self-existent created the Kshatriyas. It hath been said that self-restraint is an excellent vow for all the 4 modes of life. I regard those attributes as its indications which owe their origin to self-restraint. Those indications are forgiveness, firmness of mind, abstention from injury, and equal regard for all things, truthfulness of speech, simplicity, control over the senses, patience, gentleness of speech, modesty, steadiness, liberality, mildness, contentment, and faith. he that hath self-restraint casteth off just avarice, pride, wrath, sleep, boastfulness, self-esteem, malice, and sorrow. Purity and absence of crookedness and fraud are the distinctive marks of a man of self-restraint. He that is not covetous, that is satisfied with a little, that regardeth not objects provoking lust, and that is as grave as the ocean, is known as a man of self-restraint. He that is well behaved, of good disposition and contented soul, that knoweth his own self, is possessed of wisdom, winneth great regard here, and attaineth to a blissful state hereafter. Possessed of mature wisdom, he that hath no fear of other creatures, and whom other creatures fear not, is said to be the foremost of men. Seeking the good of all, he is a universal friend, and no one is made unhappy by him. Endued with gravity, like that of the ocean, and enjoying contentment in consequence of his wisdom, such a man is always calm and cheerful. Regulating their conduct according to the acts practiced by the righteous olden times, and before their eyes, they that are self-restrained, being devoted to peace, rejoice in this world. Or, abandoning action, because contented in consequence of knowledge, such a person, with his senses under control, moveth quickly in this world, waiting for the inevitable hour and absorption into Brahma. And as the track of feathery creatures in the sky is incapable of being perceived, so the path of the sage enjoying contentment in consequence of knowledge is not visible. Abandoning the world, he that betaketh himself, in pursuit of emancipation, to the sannyasa mode of life, hath bright and eternal regions assigned to him in heaven. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 64. Vidura said, "We have heard, O sire, from old men, that once on a time a fowler spread his net on the ground for catching feathery denizens of the air. And in that net were ensnared at the same time two birds that lived together. And taking the net up, the two winged creatures soared together into the air. And seeing them soar into the sky, the fowler, without giving way to despair, began to follow them in the direction they flew. Just then, an ascetic living in a hermitage, close by, who had finished his morning prayers, saw the fowler running in that manner, hoping still to secure the feathery creatures. And seeing that tenant of the earth quickly pursuing those tenants of the air, the ascetic, O Kaurava, addressed him in this sloka, O fowler, it appears very strange and wonderful to me that thou, that art a treader of the earth, pursuest yet a couple of creatures that are tenants of the air. The fowler said, These two, united together, are taking away my snare. There, however, where they will quarrel, they will come under my control. Vidura continued, the two birds, doomed to death, soon after quarreled. And when the foolish pair quarreled, they both fell on the earth. And when, ensnared in the meshes of death, they began to contend angrily against each other, the fowler approached unperceived and seized them both. Even thus those kinsmen who fall out with one another for the sake of wealth fall into the hands of the enemy like the birds I have cited, in consequence of their quarrel. Eating together, talking together, these are the duties of kinsmen, and not contention under any circumstances. Those kinsmen, that with loving hearts wait on the old, become unconquerable like a forest guarded by lions. While those, O bull of the Bharata race, that having won enormous riches nevertheless, behave like mean-minded men, always contribute to the prosperity of their foes. Kinsmen, O Dhritarashtra, O bull of the Bharata race, are like charred brands, which blaze up when united but only smoke when disunited. I will now tell thee something else that I saw on a mountain breast. Having listened to that also, do, O Kaurava, what is for thy best. Once on a time we repaired to the northern mountain, accompanied by some hunters and a number of brahmanas, fond of discoursing on charms and medicinal plants. That northern mountain, Gandhamadana, looked like a grove. As its breast was overgrown on all sides with trees and diverse kinds of luminous medicinal herbs, it was inhabited by siddhas and gandharvas. And there we all saw a quantity of honey, of a bright yellow color and of the measure of a jar, placed on an inaccessible precipice of the mountain. That honey, which was Cuver's favorite drink, was guarded by snakes of virulent poison. And it was such that a mortal, drinking of it, would win immortality, a sightless man obtain sight, and an old man would become a youth. It was that those Brahmanas conversant with sorcery spoke about that honey. And the hunter, seeing that honey, desired, O king, to obtain it. And they all perished in that inaccessible mountain cave abounding with snakes. In the same way, this thy son desireth to enjoy the whole earth without a rival. He beholdeth the honey, but seeth not, from folly, the terrible fall. It is true, Duryodhana desireth an encounter in battle with Savyasakan, but I do not see that energy or prowess in him which may carry him safe through it. On a single car Arjuna conquered the whole earth. At the head of their hosts Bhishma and Drona and others were frightened by Arjuna and utterly routed at the city of Virata. Remember what took place on that occasion. He forgiveth still, looking up to thy face and waiting to know what thou wouldst do. Drupada, and the king of Matsyas, and Dhananjaya, when angry, will, like flames of fire urged by the wind, leave no remnant of thy army. O Dhritarashtra, take King Yudhishthira on thy lap, since both parties can, under no circumstances, have victory when thou wilt be engaged in battle. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 65. Dhritarashtra said, Consider, O Duryodhana, O dear son, what I tell thee. Like an ignorant traveler thou thinkest the wrong path to be the right one, since thou art desirous of robbing the energy of the 5 sons of Pandu, who are even as the 5 elements of the universe in their subtle form, upholding all mobile and immobile things. Without the certain sacrifice of thy life thou art unable to vanquish Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, who is the foremost of all virtuous persons in this world. Alas, like a tree defying the mighty tempest, thou chafest at Bhimasena, who hath not his peer among men in might, and who is equal unto Yama himself in battle. What man of sense would encounter in battle the wielder of Gandiva, who is the foremost of all wielders of weapons, as the Meru among mountains? What man is there whom Drishtadyumna, the prince of Panchala, cannot overthrow, shooting his arrows among the foes, like the chief of the celestials hurling his thunderbolt? That honored warrior among the Andhakas and the Vrishnis, the irresistible Satyaki, ever engaged in the good of the Pandavas, will also slaughter thy host. What man of sense, again, would encounter the lotus-eyed Krishna, who, as regards the measure of his energy and power, surpasseth the 3 worlds? As regards Krishna, his wives, kinsmen, relatives, his own soul, and the whole earth, put on one scale, weigheth with Dhananjaya on the other. That Vasudeva, upon whom Arjuna relieth, is irresistible, and that host where Kesava is, becometh irresistible everywhere. Listen, therefore, O child, to the counsels of those well-wishers of thine whose words are always for thy good. Accept thou thy aged grandsire, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, as thy guide. Listen now to what I say, and what these well-wishers of the Kurus, Drona, and Kripa, and Vikarna, and King Valaka say. These all are as I myself. It behoveth thee to regard them as much as thou regardest me, since, O Bharata, all these are conversant with morality and bear affection to thee as much as I myself do. The panic and rout, before thy eyes, at the city of Virata, of all thy troops with thy brothers, after surrender of the king, indeed, that wonderful story that is heard of an encounter at that city between one and many, are sufficient proof of the wisdom of what I say. When Arjuna singly achieves all that, what will not the Pandavas achieve when united together? Take them by the hands as thy brothers, and cherish them with a share of the kingdom. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 66. Vyasa said, having addressed Suyoddhana thus, the highly blessed and wise Dhritarashtra again asked Sanjaya, saying, Tell me, O Sanjaya, what thou hast not yet said, viz., what Arjuna told thee after the conclusion of Vasudeva's speech, for great is my curiosity to hear it. Sanjaya said, having heard the words spoken by Vasudeva, the irresistible Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti, when the opportunity came, said these words in the hearing of Vasudeva. O Sanjaya, our grandsire, the son of Santanu, and Dhritarashtra, and Drona, and Kripa, and Karna, and King Valaka, and Drona's son, and Somadatta, and Sakuni the son of Suvala, and Dusasana, and Sala, and Parumithra, and Vivangsati, Vikarna, and Chitrasena, and King Jayatsena, and Vinda and Anyavinda, the two chiefs of Avanti, and Burishravas, and King Bhagadatta, and King Jarasandha and other rulers of the earth, assembled there to fight for the good of the Kauravas, are all on the eve of death. They have been assembled by Dhritarashtra's son for being offered up as libations on the blazing Pandava fire. In my name, Sanjaya, inquire after the welfare of those assembled kings according to their respective ranks, paying them proper regard at the same time. Thou shouldest also, O Sanjaya, say this, in the presence of all kings, unto Suyoddhana that foremost of all sinful men, wrathful and wicked, of sinful soul and exceedingly covetous, do thou, O Sanjaya, see that that fool with his counselors hears all that I say. And with this preface, Pritha's son Dhananjaya, endued with great wisdom, and possessed of large eyes with red corners, glancing at Vasudeva, then spoke unto me these words pregnant with both virtue and profit. Thou hast already heard the measured words spoken by the high-souled chief of the Madhu's race. Say unto the assembled kings that those are also my words. And say this also for me, unto those kings, do ye together try to act in such a way that libations may not have to be poured into the arrowy fire of the great sacrifice of battle, in which the rattle of car wheels will sound as mantras, and the rank-routing bow will act as the ladle. If, indeed, ye do not give up unto Yudhishthira, that slayer of foes, his own share in the kingdom asked back by him, I shall then, by means of my arrows, send all of you, with cavalry, infantry, and elephants, into the inauspicious regions of departed spirits. Then bidding adieu unto Dhananjaya and Hari of 4 arms, and bowing unto them both, I have with great speed come hither to convey those words of grave import to thee, O thou that art endued with effulgence equal that of the very gods. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 67. Vyasa said, when Duryodhana, the son of Dhritarashtra, showed little regard for the words spoken by Sanjaya, and when the rest remained silent, the assembled kings rose up and retired. And after all the kings of the earth had retired, King Dhritarashtra, who always followed the counsels of his son from affection, wishing success to the assembled kings, began to inquire in secret of Sanjaya about the resolve of his own party, and of the Pandavas who were hostile to him. And Dhritarashtra said, Tell me truly, O son of Gavalgana, in what consists the strength and weakness of our own host, minutely acquainted as thou art with the affairs of the Pandavas, tell me in what lies their superiority and in what their inferiority. Thou art fully conversant with the strength of both parties, thou knowest all things, and art well versed in all matters of virtue and profit. Asked by me, O Sanjaya, say which of the parties, when engaged in battle, will perish. Sanjaya said, I will not say anything to thee in secret, O king, for then thou mayst entertain ill feelings towards me. Bring thou hither, O Ajamata, thy father Vyasa of high vows, and thy queen Gandhari. Conversant with morality, of keen perception, and capable of arriving at the truth, they will remove any ill feelings thou mayst cherish against me. In their presence, O king, I will tell thee everything about the intentions of Kesava and Partha. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed, Dhritarashtra caused both Gandhari and Vyasa to be brought there. And introduced by Vidura, they entered the court without delay. And understanding the intentions of both Sanjaya and his son, Krishnadvipayana, endued with great wisdom, said, Say, O Sanjaya, unto the inquiring Dhritarashtra everything that he desireth to know. Tell him truly all that thou knowest about Vasudeva and Arjuna. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 68. Sanjaya said, Those adorable bowmen, Arjuna and Vasudeva, who are perfectly equal unto each other in respect of their godlike nature, have taken their births of their own will. O Lord, the discus owned by Vasudeva, of abundant energy, occupieth a space full 5 cubits in diameter, is capable also of being hurled at the foe, in forms large or small, according to the will of the wielder himself, and it dependeth on illusion. Always conspicuous by its effulgence, it is invisible to the Kurus, and in ascertaining the strength or weakness of the Pandavas, that discus offers the best ground. Indeed, that scion of Madhu's race, endued with great might, vanquished with an effort and in seeming playfulness the formidable Naraka and Samvara and Kansa and Sisupala, the chief of Chedis. Possessed of divinity and of soul superior to everything, that most exalted of male beings can, by his will alone, bring the earth, firmament, and heaven under his control. Thou askest me repeatedly, O king, about the Pandavas for knowing their strength and weakness. Listen now to all that in brief. If the whole universe be placed on one scale and Janardana on the other, even then Janardana will outweigh the entire universe. Janardana, at his pleasure, can reduce the universe to ashes, but the entire universe is incapable of reducing Janardana to ashes. Wherever there is truthfulness, wherever virtue, wherever modesty, wherever simplicity, even there is Govinda. And thither where Krishna is, success must be. That soul of all creatures, most exalted of male beings, Janardana, guideth, as if in sport, the entire earth, the firmament, and the heaven. Making the Pandavas the indirect means, and beguiling the whole world. Janardana wisheth to blast thy wicked sons that are all addicted to sin. Endued with divine attributes, Kesva, by the power of his soul causeth the wheel of time, the wheel of the universe, and the wheel of the yuga, to revolve incessantly. And I tell thee truly that glorious being is alone the Lord of time, of death, and of this universe of mobile and immobile objects. That great ascetic Hari, though the Lord of the whole universe, still betaketh himself to work, like a humble laborer that tilleth the fields. Indeed, Kesva beguileth all by the aid of his illusion. Those men, however, that have attained to him are not deceived. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 69. Dhritarashtra said, How hast thou, O Sanjaya, been able to know Madhava as the supreme lord of the universe? And how is it that I am unable to know him as such? Tell me this, O Sanjaya. Sanjaya said, Listen, O king. Thou hast no knowledge, whereas my knowledge hath suffered no diminution. He that is without knowledge and is shrouded with the darkness of ignorance knoweth not Kesva. Aided by my knowledge, O sire, I know the slayer of Madhu to be the union of the gross, the subtle, and the cause, and that he is the creator of all, but is himself increate, and also that, endued with divinity, it is he from whom everything springs, and it is he unto whom all things return. Dhritarashtra said, O son of Gavalgana, what is the nature of that faith which thou hast in Janardana, and in consequence of which thou knowest the slayer of Madhu to be the union of the gross, the subtle, and the cause? Sanjaya said, Blessed be thou, O king, I have no regard for the illusion that is identified with worldly pleasures, and I never practice the useless virtues of vows and work without reliance on him and purity of soul. Having obtained purity of soul through faith, I have known Janardana from the scriptures. Dhritarashtra said, O Duryodhana, seek thou the protection of Janardana, otherwise called Hrishikesa. O child, Sanjaya is one of our trustiest friends. Seek refuge with Kesva. Duryodhana said, if the divine son of Devki united in friendship with Arjuna were to slay all mankind, I cannot, even then, resign myself to Kesva. Dhritarashtra said, this evil-minded son of thine, O Gandhari, is resolved to sink in misery. Envious, wicked-souled, and vain, he setteth aside the words of all his superiors. Gandhari said, thou covetous wretch that disregardest the commands of the aged, abandoning thy father and myself, and giving up prosperity and life, enhancing the joy of thy foes, and afflicting me with deep distress, thou wilt, O fool, remember thy father's words, when struck by Bhimasena, thou wilt bite the dust. Vyasa said, listen to me, O king. Thou, O Dhritarashtra, art the beloved of Krishna. When Sanjaya hath been thy envoy, he will verily lead thee to thy good. He knoweth Hrishikesa, that ancient and exalted one. If thou listenest to him with attention, he will certainly save thee from the great danger that hangs upon thee. O son of Vichitravirya, subject to wrath and joy, men are entangled in various snares. They that are not contented with their own possessions, deprived of sense as they are by avarice and desire, they repeatedly become subject to death in consequence of their own acts, like blind men, falling into pits, when led by the blind. The path that is trod by the wise is the only one, that leadeth to Brahma. They that are superior, keeping that path of view, overcome death and reach the goal by it. Dhritarashtra said, tell me, O Sanjaya, of that path without terrors by which, obtaining Hrishikesa, salvation may be mine. Sanjaya said, a man of uncontrolled mind can by no means know Janardana whose soul is under perfect command. The performance of sacrifices without controlling one's senses is even no means to that end. Renunciation of the objects of our excited senses is due to spiritual light. Both spiritual light and abstention from injury arise doubtless from true wisdom. Therefore, O king, resolve to subdue thy senses with all possible vigor, let not thy intellect deviate from true knowledge, and restrain thy heart from worldly temptations that surround it. Learned Brahmanas describe this subjugation of the senses to be true wisdom, and this wisdom is the path by which learned men proceed to their goal. O king, Kesva is not obtainable by men who have not subdued their senses. He that hath subdued his senses desireth spiritual knowledge, awakened by the knowledge of scriptures and the pleasure of yaga absorption. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 70. Dhritarashtra said, I request thee, O Sanjaya, to tell me again of the lotus-eyed Krishna, for, by being acquainted with the import of his names, I may, O son, obtain that most exalted of male beings. Sanjaya said, the auspicious names of Kesva have been previously heard by me. Of those I will tell thee as many as I know. Kesva, however, is immeasurable, being above the power of speech to describe. He is called Vasudeva in consequence of his enveloping all creatures with the screen of illusion, or of his glorious splendor, or of his being the support and resting place of the gods. He is called Vishnu because of his all-pervading nature. He is called Madhava, O Bharata, because of his practicing as a muni, concentration of mind on truth and yoga absorption. He is called Madhusudana because of his having slain the Asura Madhu, and also because of his being the substance of the 24 objects of knowledge. Born of the Satwata race, he is called Krishna because he uniteth in himself what are implied by the two words Krishi, which signifieth what existeth, and Na, which signifieth eternal peace. He is called Pundarikaksha from Pundarika, implying his high and eternal abode, and Aksha implying indestructible, and he is called Janardana because he striketh fear into the hearts of all wicked beings. He is called Satwata because the attribute of Sattva is never dissociated from him, and also because he is never dissociated from it, and he is called Vrishabhakshana from Vrishabha, implying the Vedas, and Ikshana implying eye, the union of the two signifying that the Vedas are his eyes, or the Vedas are the eyes through which he may be seen. That conqueror of hosts is called Aya, or unborn, because he hath not taken his birth from any being in the ordinary way. That supreme soul is called Damodara because unlike the gods his effulgence is increate and his own, and also because he hath self-control and great splendor. He is called Rishikesa, from Rishika meaning eternal happiness and Isa meaning the six divine attributes, the union signifying one having joy, happiness, and divinity. He is called Mahavahu, because he upholdeth the earth and the sky with his two arms. He is called Adhakshaja, because he never falleth down or suffereth any deterioration, and is called Narayana from his being the refuge of all human beings. He is called Purusharthas from Puru, implying he that createth and preserveth, and so meaning he that destroyeth, the union signifying one that createth, preserveth, and destroyeth the universe. He possesseth a knowledge of all things, and, therefore, is called Sarva. Krishna is always in truth, and truth is always in him, and Govinda is truth's truth. Therefore, he is called Satya. He is called Vishnu because of his prowess, and Jishnu because of his success. He is called Ananta from his eternity, and Govinda from his knowledge of speech of every kind. He maketh the unreal appear as real, and thereby beguileth all creatures. Possessed of such attributes, ever devoted to righteousness, and endued with divinity, the slayer of Madhu, that mighty armed one incapable of decay, will come hither for preventing the slaughter of the Kurus. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 71. Dhritarashtra said, O Sanjaya, I envy those gifted with sight, who will behold before them that Vasudeva whose body endued with great beauty shineth with effulgence, illuminating the cardinal and subsidiary points of the compass, who will give utterance to words that will be listened to with respect by the Bharatas, words that are auspicious to the Srinjayas, acceptable by those desirous of prosperity, faultless in every respect, and unacceptable by those that are doomed to death, who is full of high resolves, eternal, possessed of unrivaled heroism, who is the bull of the Yadavas and their leader, and who is the slayer and awe-inspirer of all foes, and who is the destroyer of the fame of every enemy. The assembled Kauravas will behold that high-souled and adorable one, that slayer of foes, that chief of the Vrishnis, uttering words full of kindness, and fascinating all of my party. I put myself in the hand of that eternal one, that rishi endued with knowledge of self, that ocean of eloquence, that being who is easily attainable by ascetics, that bird called Arishta furnished with beautiful wings, that destroyer of creatures, that refuge of the universe, that one of 1,000 heads, that creator and destroyer of all things, that ancient one, that one without beginning, middle, or end, that one of infinite achievements, that cause of the prime seed, that unborn one, that eternity's self, that highest of the high, that creator of the three worlds, that author of gods, asuras, nagas, and rakshasas, that foremost of all learned persons and rulers of men, that younger brother of Indra. Bhagavad Yana Parva. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 72. Janamejaya said, when good Sanjaya, leaving the Pandava camp, went back to the Kurus, what did my grandsires, the sons of Pandu, then do? O foremost of Brahmanas, I desire to hear all this. Tell me this, therefore. Vaisampayana said, after Sanjaya had gone, Yudhishthira the just, addressed Krishna of the Dasara race, that chief of all the Satwatas, saying, O thou that art devoted to friends, the time hath come for friends to show their friendship. I do not see any other persons besides thee that can save us in this season of distress. Relying on thee, O Madhava, we have fearlessly asked back our share from Duryodhana, who is filled with immeasurable pride, and from his counselors. O chastiser of foes, thou protectest the Vrishnis in all their calamities. Do thou now protect the Pandavas also from a great danger, for they deserve thy protection. Divine Krishna said, Here am I, O mighty armed one. Tell me what thou desirest to say, for I will, O Bharata, accomplish whatever thou wilt tell me. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast heard what the intention is of Dhritarashtra and his own. All that Sanjaya, O Krishna, said unto me hath certainly the assent of Dhritarashtra. Sanjaya is Dhritarashtra's soul, and spoke out his mind. An envoy speaketh according to his instructions, for if he speaketh otherwise he deserveth to be slain. Without looking equally on all that are his, moved by avarice and a sinful heart, Dhritarashtra seeketh to make peace with us without giving us back our kingdom. Indeed, at Dhritarashtra's command we spent 12 years in the woods and 1 additional year in concealment, well believing, O Lord, that Dhritarashtra would abide firmly by that pledge of ours. That we did not deviate from our promise is well known to the Brahmanas who were with us. The covetous king Dhritarashtra is now unwilling to observe Kshatriya virtues. Owing to affection for his son, he is listening to the counsels of wicked men. Abiding by counsels of Suryodhana, the king, O Janardana, actuated by avarice and seeking his own good, behaveth untruthfully towards us. What can be more sorrowful, O Janardana, than this, that I am unable to maintain my mother and my friends? Having the Kasis, the Panchalas, the Chedis, and the Matsyas for my allies, and with thee, O slayer of Madhu, for my protector, I prayed for only 5 villages, etc., Avasthala, Vrkasthala, Makandi, Varanavada. With any other, O Govinda, as the 5th, grant us, we said, 5 villages or towns, O sire, where we 5 may dwell in union, for we do not desire the destruction of the Bharatas. The wicked-minded son of Dhritarashtra, however, regarding the lordship of the world to be in him, doth not agree to even that. What can be more sorrowful than this? When a man born and brought up in a respectable family covereth the possessions of others, that avarice of his destroyeth his intelligence, and intelligence being destroyed, shame is lost, and loss of shame leadeth to diminution of virtue, and loss of virtue bringeth on loss of prosperity, destruction of prosperity, in its turn, ruineth a person, for poverty is a person's death. Kinsmen and friends and Brahmanas shun a poor man as birds avoid, O Krishna, a tree that beareth neither rower nor fruits. Even this, O sire, is death to me that kinsmen shun me, as if I were a fallen one, like the breath of life quitting a dead body. Samvara said that no condition of life could be more distressful than that in which one is always racked by the anxiety caused by the thought, I have no meat for today, what will become of me tomorrow? It is said that wealth is the highest virtue, and everything depends on wealth. They that have wealth are said to live, whereas those that are without wealth are more dead than alive. They that by violence rob a man of his wealth not only kill the robbed, but destroy also his virtue, profit, and pleasure. Some men, when overtaken by poverty, choose death. Others remove from cities to hamlets, others retire into the wood, while others, again, become religious mendicants to destroy their lives. Some for the sake of wealth are driven to madness, others for wealth live under subjection to their foes, while many others, again, for the sake of wealth, betake themselves to the servitude of others. A man's poverty is even more distressful to him than death, for wealth is the sole cause, or virtue and pleasure. The natural death of a person is not much regarded, for that is the eternal path of all creatures. Indeed, none among created beings can transgress it. O Krishna, a man who is poor from birth is not so much distressed as one who, having once possessed great prosperity and having been brought up in luxury, is deprived of that prosperity. Having through his own fault fallen into distress, such a person blameth the very gods with Indra and his own self. Indeed, knowledge of even the entire scriptures faileth to mitigate his pains. Sometimes he getteth angry with his servants, and sometimes he cherisheth malice towards even his well-wishers. Subject to constant anger, he lusteth his very senses, and his senses being clouded, practiseth evil deeds. Through sinfulness such a person contributeth to a fusion of castes. A fusion of castes leadeth to hell, and is the foremost of all sinful acts. If he is not awakened in time, he goeth, certainly, O Krishna, to hell, and, indeed, wisdom is the only thing that can awaken him, for if he obtaineth back the eye of wisdom, he is saved. When wisdom is regained, such a man turneth his attention to scriptures, and attention to scriptures aideth his virtue. Then shame becometh his best ornament. He that hath shame hath an aversion against sin, and his prosperity also increaseth, and he that hath prosperity truly becometh a man. He that is ever devoted to virtue, and hath his mind under control, and always acteth after deliberation, never inclineth towards unrighteousness, and never engageth in any act that is sinful. He that is without shame and sense is neither man nor woman. He is incapable of earning religious merit, and is like a Sudra. He that hath shame gratifieth the gods, the Pitris, and even his own self, and by this he obtaineth emancipation, which indeed is the highest aim of all righteous persons. Thou hast, O slayer of Madhu, seen all this in me with thy own eyes. It is not unknown to thee how, deprived of kingdom, we have lived these years. We cannot lawfully abandon that prosperity which had been ours. Our first efforts will be such that, O Madhava, both ourselves and the Kauravas, united in peace, will quietly enjoy our prosperity. Otherwise, we shall, after slaying the worst of the Kauravas, regain those provinces, although success through bloodshed by destruction of even despicable foes that are related to us so dearly is the worst of all fierce deeds, O Krishna. We have numerous kinsmen, and numerous also are the revered seniors that have taken this or that other side. The slaughter of these would be highly sinful. What good, therefore, can there be in battle? Alas, such sinful practices are the duties of the Kshatriya order. Ourselves have taken our births in that wretched order. Whether those practices be sinful or virtuous, any other than the profession of arms would be censurable for us. A Sudra serveth, a Vaishya liveth by trade, the Brahmana have chosen the wooden bowl, for begging, while we are to live by slaughter. A Kshatriya slayeth a Kshatriya, fishes live on fish, a dog preyeth upon a dog. Behold, O thou of the Dasara race, how each of these followeth his peculiar virtue. O Krishna, Kali is ever present in battlefields, lives are lost all around. It is true, force regulated by policy is invoked, yet success and defeat are independent of the will of the combatants. The lives also of creatures are independent of their own wishes, and neither weal nor woe can be one's when the time is not come for it, O best of the Yadu's race. Sometimes one man killeth many, sometimes many, and united together kill one. A coward may slay a hero, and one unknown to fame may stay a hero of celebrity. Both parties cannot win success, nor both be defeated. The loss, however, on both sides may be equal. If one fleeth away, loss of both life and fame is his. Under all circumstances, however, war is a sin. who in striking another is not himself struck. As regard the person, however, who is struck, victory and defeat, O Hrishikesa, are the same. It is true that defeat is not much removed from death, but his loss also, O Krishna, is not less who winneth victory. He himself may not be killed, but his adversaries will kill at least some one that is dear to him, or some others, and thus the man, O sire, deprived of strength and not seeing before him his sons and brothers, becometh indifferent, O Krishna, to life itself. Those that are quiet, modest, virtuous, and compassionate are generally slain in battle, while they that are wicked escape. Even after slaying one's foes, repentance, O Janardana, possesseth the heart. He that serveth among the foes giveth trouble, for the survivor, collecting a force, seeketh to destroy the surviving victor. In hopes of terminating the dispute, one often seeketh to exterminate the foe. Thus victory createth animosity, and he that is defeated liveth in sorrow. He that is peaceful sleepeth in happiness, giving up all thoughts of victory and defeat, whereas he that hath provoked hostility always sleepeth in misery, with, indeed, an anxious heart, as if sleeping with a snake in the same room. He that exterminates seldom winneth fame. On the other hand, such a person reapeth eternal infamy in the estimation of all. Hostilities, waged over so long, cease not, for if there is even one alive in the enemy's family, narrators are never wanted to remind him of the past. Enmity, O Kesva, is never neutralized by enmity. On the other hand, it is fomented by enmity, like fire fed by clarified butter. Therefore, there can be no peace without the annihilation of one party, for flaws may always be detected of which advantage may be taken by one side or other. They that are engaged in watching for flaws have this vice. Confidence in one's own prowess troubleth the core of one's heart like an incurable disease. Without either renouncing that at once, or death, there can be no peace. It is true, O slayer of Madhu, that exterminating the foe by the very roots may lead to good result in the shape of great prosperity, yet such an act is most cruel. The peace that may be brought about by our renouncing the kingdom is hardly different from death, which is implied by the loss of kingdom, in consequence of the design of the enemy and the utter ruin of ourselves. We do not wish to give you the kingdom, nor do we wish to see the extinction of our race. Under these circumstances, therefore, the peace that is obtained through Eve humiliation is the best. When these that strive for peace by all means without of course wishing for war, find conciliation fail, war becomes inevitable, and then is the time for the display of prowess. Indeed, when conciliation fails, frightful results follow. The learned have noticed all this in a canine contest. First, there comes the wagging of tails, then the bark in reply, then the circumambulation, then the showing of teeth, then repeated roars, and then at last the fight. In such a contest, O Krishna, the dog that is stronger, vanquishing his antagonist, taketh the latter's meat. The same is exactly the case with men. There is no difference whatever. They that are powerful should be indifferent to avoid disputes with the weak who always bow down. The father, the king, and he that is venerable in year, always deserve regard. Dhritarashtra, therefore, O Janardana, is worthy of our respect and worship. But, O Madhava, Dhritarashtra's affection for his son is great. Obedient to his son, he will reject our submission. What dost thou, O Krishna, think best at this juncture? How may we, O Madhava, preserve both our interest and virtue? Whom also, besides thee, O slayer of Madhu, and foremost of men, shall we consult in this difficult affair? What other friend have we, O Krishna, who like thee is so dear to us, who seeketh our welfare so, who is so conversant with the course of all actions, and who is so well acquainted with truth? Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed, Janardana replied unto Yudhishthira the just, saying, I will go to the court of the Kurus for the sake of both of you. If without sacrificing your interests I can obtain peace, O king, an act of great religious merit will be mine, productive of great fruits. I shall then also save from the meshes of death the Kurus and the Srinjayas inflamed with wrath, the Pandavas and the Dhritarashtras, and, in fact, this entire earth. Yudhishthira said, It is not my wish, O Krishna, that thou wilt go to the Kurus, for Suryodhana will never act according to thy words, even if thou advisest him well. All the Kshatriyas of the world, obedient to Duryodhana's command, are assembled there. I do not like that thou, O Krishna, shouldst proceed into their midst. If any mischief be done to thee, O Madhava, jet alone happiness, nothing, not even divinity, nor even the sovereignty over all the gods will delight us. The Holy One said, I know, O monarch, the sinfulness of Dhritarashtra's son, but by going there we will escape the blame of all the kings of the earth. Like other animals before the lion, all the kings of the earth united together are not competent to stand still before me in battle when I am enraged. If, after all, they do me any injury, then I will consume all the Kurus. Even this is my intention. My going thither, O Partha, will not be fruitless, for if our object be not fulfilled, we shall at least escape all blame. Yudhishthira said, Do, O Krishna, as it pleaseth thee. Blessed be thou, go then to the Kurus. I hope to behold thee return successful and prosperous. Going unto the Kurus, make thou, O Lord, such a peace that all the sons of Bharata may live together with cheerful hearts and contentedly. Thou art our brother and friend, dear to me as much as to Vibhatsu. Such hath been our intimacy with thee that we apprehend no neglect of our interest from thee. Go thou, therefore our good. Thou knowest us, thou knowest our antagonists, thou knowest what our purposes are, and thou knowest also what to say. Thou wilt, O Krishna, say unto Suryodhana such words as are for our benefit. Whether peace is to be established by apparent sin or by any other means, O Kesava, speak such words as may prove beneficial to us. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 73. The Holy One said, I have heard Sanjaya's words, and now I have heard thine. I know all about his purposes as also of thyself. Thy heart inclineth to righteousness, whereas their inclination is towards enmity. That which is obtained without war is of great value to thee. A long life Brahmacharya is not, O Lord of earth, the duty of a Kshatriya. Indeed, men of all the four orders have said that a Kshatriya should never subsist on alms. Victory or death in battle hath been eternally ordained by the Creator, even that is the duty of a Kshatriya. Cowardice is not applauded in a Kshatriya. Subsistence, O Yudhishthira, is not possible by cowardice, O thou of mighty arms. Display thy prowess, and vanquish, O chastiser of foes, thy enemies. The covetous son of Dhritarashtra, O chastiser of foes, living for a long time, with many kings, has by affection and friendship become very powerful. Therefore, O king, there is no hope of making his peace with thee. They regard themselves strong, having Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and others with them. As long, O king, as thou, O grinder of foes, wilt behave with them mildly, they will withhold thy kingdom. Neither from compassion, nor from mildness, nor from a sense of righteousness, will the sons of Dhritarashtra, O chastiser of foes, fulfill thy wishes. This, O son of Pandu, is another proof that they will not make peace with thee. Having pained thee so deeply by making thee put on a kapina, they were not stung with remorse. In the very sight of the grandsire, Bhishma, and Drona and the wise Vidura, of many holy Brahmanas, the king, the citizens, and all the chief Kauravas, the cruel Duryodhana, deceitfully defeating thee at dice, thee that are charitable, gentle, self-restrained, virtuous, and of rigid vows, was not, O king, ashamed of his vile act. Do not, O monarch, show any compassion for that wretch of such disposition. They deserve death at the hands of all, how much more then of thee, O Bharata? O Bharata, with what improper speeches did Duryodhana with his brothers, filled with gladness and indulging in many a boast, afflict thee with thy brothers? He said, the Pandavas now have nothing of their own in this wide earth. Their very names and lineage are extinct. In time, which is never ending, defeat will be theirs. All their virtues having merged in me, they will now be reduced to the 5 elements. While the match at dice was in progress, the wretched Dusasana of most wicked soul, seizing that weeping lady by the hair, dragged Princess Draupadi, as if she had no protectors, to the assembly of kings, and in the presence of Bhishma and Drona and others, repeatedly called her cow, cow. Restrained by thee, thy brothers of terrible prowess, bound also by the bonds of virtue, did nothing to avenge it, and after thou hadst been exiled to the woods, Duryodhana, having uttered such and other cruel words, boasted amid his kinsmen. Knowing the innocent, they that were assembled sat silent in the assembly house, weeping with choked voice. The assembled kings with the Brahmanas did not applaud him for this. Indeed, all the courtiers present there censured him. To a man of noble descent, O grinder of foes, even censure is death. Death is even many times better than a life of blame. Even then, O king, he died when, upon being censured by all the kings of the earth, he felt no shame. He whose character is so abominable may easily be destroyed, even like a rootless tree standing erect on a single weak root. The sinful and evil-minded Duryodhana deserveth death at the hands of every one, even like a serpent. Slay him, therefore, O killer of foes, and hesitate not in the least. It behoveth thee, O sinless one, and I like it too, that thou shouldst pay homage unto thy father Dhritarashtra, and also unto Bhishma. Going thither, I will remove the doubts of all men who are still undecided as to the wickedness of Duryodhana. Thither in the presence of all kings I will enumerate all those virtues of thine that are not to be met in all men, as also all the vices of Duryodhana. And hearing me speak beneficial words, pregnant with virtue and profit, the rulers of various realms will regard thee as possessed of a virtuous soul, and as a speaker of truth, while at the same time they will understand how Duryodhana is actuated by avarice. I will also tell the vice of Duryodhana, before both the citizens and the inhabitants of the country, before both the young and the old, of all the 4 orders that will be collected there. And as thou askest for peace, no one will charge thee sinful, while all the chiefs of the earth will censure the Kurus and Dhritarashtra, and when Duryodhana will be dead in consequence of his being forsaken by all men, there will be nothing left to do. Do then what should now be done. Going unto the Kurus, I shall strive to make peace without sacrificing thy interests, and marking their inclination for war and all their proceedings, I will soon come back, O Bharata, for thy victory. I think war with the enemy to be certain. All the omens that are noticeable by me point to that. Birds and animals set up frightful screeches and howls at the approach of dusk. The foremost of elephants and steeds assume horrible shapes, the very fire exhibiteth diverse kinds of terrible hues. This would never have been the case but for the fact of the world-destroying havoc self coming into our midst. Making ready their weapons, machines, coats of mail, and cars, elephants, and steeds, let all thy warriors be prepared for battle, and let them take care of their elephants and horses and cars. And, O king, collect everything that thou needest for the impending war. As long as he liveth, Duryodhana will, by no means, be able to give back unto thee. O king, that kingdom of thine which, abounding in prosperity, have before been taken by him at dice. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 74. Bhima said, Speak thou, O slayer of Madhu, in such a strain that there may be peace with the Kurus. Do not threaten them with war. Resenting everything, his wrath always excited, hostile to his own good and arrogant, Duryodhana should not be roughly addressed. Do thou behave towards him with mildness. Duryodhana is by nature sinful of heart like that of a robber, intoxicated with the pride of prosperity, hostile to the Pandavas, without foresight, cruel in speech, always disposed to censure others, of wicked prowess, of wrath not easily to be appeased, not susceptible of being taught, of wicked soul, deceitful in behavior, capable of giving up his very life rather than break or give up his own opinion. Peace with such a one, O Krishna, is, I suppose, most difficult. Regardless of the words of even his well-wishers, destitute of virtue, loving falsehood, he always acts against the words of his counselors and wounds their hearts. Like a serpent hid within reeds, he naturally commits sinful acts, depending on his own wicked disposition, and obedient to the impulse of wrath. What army Duryodhana hath, what his conduct is, what his nature, what his might, and what his prowess, are all well known to thee. Before this, the Kauravas with their son passed their days in cheerfulness, and we also with our friends rejoiced like the younger brother of Indra, with Indra himself. Alas, by Duryodhana's wrath, O slayer of Madhu, the Bharatas will all be consumed, even like forests by fire at the end of the dewy seasons, and, O slayer of Madhu, well known are those 18 kings that annihilated their kinsmen, friends, and relatives. Even as, when Dharma became extinct, Kali was born in the race of Asuras flourishing with prosperity and blazing with energy, so was born Udavarta among the Hyhyas, Janamajaya among the Nipas, Vahila among the Talajangas, proud Vasu among the Cremies, Ajavindu among the Suviras, Rushadik among the Surastras, Arkaja among the Valyas, Daudamalaka among the Chinas, Hayagriva among the Videhas, Vareu among the Mahajasas, Vahu among the Sundaras, Puravas among the Diptakshas, Sahaja among the Chedis and Matsyas, Vrishadaja among the Praviras, Dharana among the Chandrabatsyas, Baigahana among the Mukutas, and Sama among the Nandavegas. These vile individuals, O Krishna, spring up, at the end of each yuga, in their respective races, for the destruction of their kinsmen. So hath Duryodhana, the very embodiment of sin and the disgrace of his race, been born, at the end of the yuga, amongst us the Kurus. Therefore, O thou of fierce prowess, thou shouldst address him slowly and mildly, not in bitter but sweet words fraught with virtue and profit, and discourse fully on the subject so as to attract his heart. All of us, O Krishna, would rather in humiliation follow Duryodhana submissively, but, oh, let not the Bharatas be annihilated. O Vasudeva, act in such a way that we may rather live as strangers to the Kurus than incurring the sin of bringing about the destruction of the whole race should touch them. O Krishna, let the aged grandsire and the other counselors of the Kurus be asked to bring about brotherly feelings between brothers and to pacify the son of Dhritarashtra. Even this is what I say. King Yudhishthira also approveth of this, and Arjuna too is averse to war, for there is great compassion in him. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 75. Vaisampayana said, hearing these words from Bhima, that were fraught with such mildness and that were as unexpected as if the hills had lost their weight and fire had become cold, Rama's younger brother Kesava of Sura's race and mighty arms, wielding the bow called Saranga, laughed aloud, and as if to stimulate Bhima by his words, like the breeze fanning a fire, addressed him who was then so overwhelmed by the impulse of kindness, saying, At other times, O Bhimasena, thou applaudest war. Only, desirous of crushing the wicked sons of Dhritarashtra that take delight in the destruction of others. O chastiser of foes, thou dost not sleep, but wakest the whole night, sitting up face downwards. Thou often utterest frightful exclamation of wrath, indicative of the storm within thy heart. Inflamed with the fire of thy own fury, thou sighest, O Bhima, with an unquiet heart, like a flame of fire mixed with smoke. Withdrawing from company, thou leest down, breathing hot sighs, like a weak man pressed down by a heavy load. They who do not know the cause regard thee as insane. As an elephant breaking into fragments uprooted trees lying on the ground grunteth in rage while trampling them under his feet, so thou also, O Bhima, runnest on, breathing deep sighs and shaking the earth under the tread. Here in the region thou takest no delight in company, but passest thy time in privacy. Night or day, nothing pleases thee so much as seclusion. Sitting apart thou sometimes laughest aloud all on a sudden, and sometimes placing thy head between thy two knees, thou continuest in that posture for a long time with closed eyes. At the other times, O Bhima, contracting thy brows frequently and biting thy lips, thou starest fiercely before thee. All this is indicative of wrath. At one time, thou hadst, in the midst of thy brothers, grasped the mace, uttering this oath, as the sun is seen rising in the east displaying his radiance, and as he truly setteth in the west journeying around the Meru, so do I swear that I will certainly slay insolent Duryodhana with this mace of mine, and this oath of mine will never be untrue. How then doth that same heart of thine, O chastiser of foes, now follow the counsels of peace? Alas, when fear entereth thy heart, O Bhima, it is certain that the hearts of all who desire war are upset when war becometh actually imminent. Asleep or awake, thou beholdest, O son of Pritha, inauspicious omens. Perhaps it is this for which thou desirest peace. Alas, like a eunuch, thou dost not display any sign indicative of manliness in thee. Thou art overwhelmed by panic, and it is for this that thy heart is upset. The heart trembleth, thy mind is overwhelmed by despair, thy thighs tremble, and it is for this that thou desirest peace. The hearts of mortals, O Partha, are surely as inconstant as the pods of the salmali seed exposed to the force of the wind. This frame of thy mind is as strange as articulate speech in kind. Indeed, the hearts of thy brothers are about to sink in an ocean of despair, like swimmers in the sea without a raft to rescue them. That thou, O Bhimasena, shouldst utter words so unexpected of thee is as strange as the shifting of a hill. Recollecting thy own deeds and the race also in which thou art born, arise, O Bharata, yield not to grief, O hero, and be firm. Such languor, O repressor of foes, is not worthy of thee, for a Kshatriya never enjoyeth that which he doth not acquire through prowess. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 76. Vaisampayana said, thus addressed by Vasudeva, the ever-wrathful Bhima, incapable of bearing insults, was immediately awakened like a steed of high mettle, and replied, without losing a moment, saying, O Achyuta, I wish to act in a particular way, thou, however, takest me in quite a different light. That I take great delight in war and that my prowess is incapable of being baffled, must, O Krishna, be well known to thee in consequence of our having lived together for a long time. Or it may be, thou knowest me not, like one swimming in a lake ignorant of its depth. It is for this that thou chidest me in such unbecoming words. Who else, O Madhava, knowing me to be Bhimasena, could address me with such unbecoming words as thou dost? Therefore, I shall tell thee, O delighter of the Vrishnis, about my own prowess and unrivaled might. Although to speak of one's own prowess is always an ignoble act, yet, pierced as I am by thy unfriendly strictures, I will speak of my own might. Behold, O Krishna, these the firmament and the earth which are immovable, immense, and infinite, and which are the refuge of, and in which are born these countless creatures. If through anger these suddenly collide like two hills, just I, with my arms, can keep them asunder with all their mobile and immobile objects. Behold the joints of these my mace-like arms. I find not the person who can extricate himself having once come within their grasp. The Himavat, the ocean, the mighty wielder of the thunderbolt himself, viz., the slayer of Vala, even these three cannot, with all their power, extricate the person attacked by me. I will easily trample on the ground under my feet all the Kshatriyas who will come to battle against the Pandavas. It is not known to thee, O Achyuta, with what prowess I vanquished the kings of the earth and brought them under subjection. If, indeed, thou really knowest not my prowess, which is like the fierce energy of the midday sun, thou wilt then know it, O Janardana, in the fierce melee of battle. Thou woundest me with thy cruel words, paining me with the pain of opening a forwarded tumor. But know me to be mightier than what I have said of myself of my own accord. On that day, when the fierce and destructive havoc of battle will begin, thou will then see me felling elephants and car warriors, combatants on steeds and those on elephants, and slaying in rage the foremost of Kshatriya warriors. Thou, as well as others, wilt see me doing all this and grinding down the foremost of combatants. The marrow of my bones hath not yet decayed, nor doth my heart tremble. If the whole world rusheth against me in wrath, I do not yet feel the influence of fear. It is only for the sake of compassion, O slayer of Madhu, that I am for displaying goodwill to the foe. I am far quietly bearing all our injuries, lest the Bharata race be extirpated. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 77. The Holy One said, It was only through affection that I said all this, desiring to know thy mind, and not from the desire of reproaching thee, nor from pride of learning, nor from wrath, nor from desire of making a speech. I know thy magnanimity of soul, and also thy strength and thy deeds. It is not for that reason that I reproach thee. O son of Pandu, 1,000 times greater will be the benefit conferred by thee on the Pandavas' cause than that which thou thinkest thyself to be capable of conferring on it. Thou, O Bhima, with thy kinsmen and friends, art exactly that which one should be that has taken his birth in a family like thine, that is regarded by all the kings of the earth. The fact, however, is that they can never arrive at the truth, who under the influence of doubt proceed to inquire about the consequences hereafter of virtue and vice, or about the strength and weakness of men. For it is seen that what is the cause of the success of a person's object becometh also the cause of his ruin. Human acts, therefore, are doubtful in their consequences. Learned men, capable of judging of the evils of actions, pronounce a particular course of action as worthy of being followed. It produces, however, consequences the very opposite of what were foreseen, very much like the course of the wind. Indeed, even those acts of men that are the results of deliberation and well-directed policy, and that are consistent with considerations of propriety, are baffled by the dispensations of providence. Then, again, providential dispensations, such as heat and cold and rain and hunger and thirst, that are not the consequences of human acts, may be baffled by human exertion. Then again, besides those acts which a person is preordained, as the result of the act of past lives, to go through, one can always get rid of all other acts begun at his pleasure, as is testified by both the Smritis and the Shrutis. Therefore, O son of Pandu, one cannot go on the world without acting. One should, hence, engage in work knowing that one's purpose would be achieved by a combination of both destiny and exertion. He that engageth and acts under this belief is never pained by failure, nor delighted by success. This, O Bhimasena, was the intended import of my speech. It was not intended by me that victory would be certain in an encounter with the foe. A person, when his mind is upset, should not lose his cheerfulness, and must yield neither to languor nor depression. It is for this that I spoke to thee in the way I did. When the morrow comes, I will go, O Pandava, to Dhritarashtra's presence. I will strive to make peace without sacrificing your interests. If the Kauravas make peace, then boundless fame will be mine. Your purposes will be achieved, and they also will reap great benefit. If, however, the Kauravas, without listening to my words, resolve to maintain their opinion, then there will undoubtedly be a formidable war. In this war burthen resteth on thee, O Bhimasena. That burthen should also be borne by Arjuna, while other warriors should all be led by both of you. In case of war happening, I will certainly be the driver of Vibhatsu's car, for that, indeed, is Dhananjaya's wish, and not that I myself am not desirous of fighting. It is for this that, hearing thee utter thy intention, I rekindled that thy energy, O Vrkodara. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 78. Arjuna said, O Janardana, Yudhishthira hath already said what should be said. But, O chastiser of foes, hearing what thou hast said, it seemeth to me that thou, O Lord, does not think peace to be easily obtainable either in consequence of Dhritarashtra's covetousness or from our present weakness. Thou thinkest also that human prowess alone is fruitless, and also that without putting forth one's prowess one's purposes cannot be achieved. What thou hast said may be true, but at the same time it may not always be true. Nothing, however, should be regarded as impracticable. It is true, peace seemeth to thee to be impossible in consequence of our distressful condition, yet they are still acting against us without reaping the fruits of their acts. Peace, therefore, if properly proposed, O Lord, may be concluded. O Krishna, strive thou, therefore, to bring about peace with the foe. Thou, O hero, art the foremost of all friends of both the Pandavas and the Kurus, even as Prajapati is of both the gods and the Asuras. Accomplish thou, therefore, that which is for the good of both the Kurus and the Pandavas. The accomplishment of our good is not, I believe, difficult for thee. If thou strivest, O Janardana, such is this act that it will be soon effected. As soon as thou goest thither, it will be accomplished. If, O hero, thou purposest to treat the evil-minded Duryodhana in any other way, that purpose of thine will be carried out exactly as thou wishest. Whether it be peace or war with the foe that thou wishest, any wish, O Krishna, that thou mayest entertain, will certainly be honored by us. Doth not the evil-minded Duryodhana with his sons and kinsmen deserve destruction when, unable to bear the sight of Yudhishthira's prosperity and finding no other faultless expedient, that wretch, O slayer of Madhu, deprived us of our kingdom by the sinful expedient of deceitful dice? What bowman is there, who, born in the Kshatriya order, and invited to combat, turneth away from the fight even if he is sure to die? Beholding ourselves vanquished by sinful means and banished to the woods, even then, thou of the Vrishni race, I thought that Suryodhana deserved death at my hands. What thou, however, O Krishna, wishest to do for thy friends is scarcely strange, although it seems inexplicable how the object in view is capable of being affected by either mildness or its reverse. Or, if thou deemest their immediate destruction to be preferable, let it be effected soon without further deliberation. Surely, thou knowest how Draupadi was insulted in the midst of the assembly by Duryodhana of sinful soul, and how also we bore it with patience. That Duryodhana, O Madhava, will behave with justice towards the Pandavas is what I cannot believe. Wise counsels will be lost on him like seed sown in a barren soil. Therefore, do without delay what thou, O thou of Vrishni race, thinkest to be proper and beneficial for the Pandavas, or what, indeed, should next be done. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 79. The Holy One said, "It shall be, O thou of mighty arms, what thou, O Pandavas, sayest. I will strive to bring about that which would be beneficial to both the Pandavas and the Kurus. Between the two kinds of acts, war and peace, the latter, O Vibhatsu, is perhaps within my power. Behold, the soil is moistened and divested of weeds by human exertion. Without rain, however, O son of Kunti, is never yieldeth crops. Indeed, in the absence of rain, some speak of artificial irrigation as a means of success due to human exertion, but even then it may be seen that the water artificially let in is dried up in consequence of providential drought. Beholding all this, the wise men of old have said that human affairs are set a-going in consequence of the cooperation of both providential and human expedients. I will do all that can be done by human exertion at its best. But I shall, by no means, be able to control what is providential. The wicked soul Duryodhana acteth, defying both virtue and the world. Nor doth he feel any regret in consequence of his acting in that way. Moreover, his sinful inclinations are fed by his counselors Sakuni and Karna and his brother Dusasana. Suryodhana will never make peace by giving up the kingdom, without, O Partha, undergoing at our hands a wholesale destruction with his kinsmen. King Yudhishthira the just doth not wish to give up the kingdom submissively. The wicked-minded Duryodhana also will not at our solicitation surrender the kingdom. I, therefore, think that it is scarcely proper to deliver Yudhishthira's message to him. The sinful Duryodhana of Kuru's race will not, O Bharata, accomplish the objects spoken of by Yudhishthira. If he refuses compliance, he will deserve death at the hands of all. Indeed, he deserves death at my hands, as also, O Bharata, of every one, since in your childhood he always persecuted you all, and since that wicked and sinful wretch robbed you of your kingdom and could not bear the sight of Yudhishthira's prosperity. Many a time, O Partha, he strove to withdraw me from thee, but I never reckoned those wicked attempts of his. Thou knowest, O thou of mighty arms, what the cherished intentions of Duryodhana are, and thou knowest also that I seek the welfare of King Yudhishthira the just. Knowing, therefore, Duryodhana's heart and what my most cherished wishes are, why then dost thou, O Arjuna, entertain such apprehensions in respect of myself like one unacquainted with everything? That grave act also which was ordained in heaven is known to thee. How then, O Partha, can peace be concluded with the foe? What, however, O Pandavas, is capable of being done by either speech or act, will all be done by me. Do not, however, O Partha, expect peace to be possible with the foe. About a year ago, on the occasion of attacking Virata's kind, did not Bhishma, on their way back, solicit Duryodhana about this very peace so beneficial to all? Believe me, they have been defeated even then when their defeat was resolved by thee. Indeed, Suryodhana doth not consent to part with the smallest portion of the kingdom for even the shortest period of time. As regards myself, I am ever obedient to the commands of Yudhishthira, and, therefore, the sinful acts of that wicked wretch must have again to be revolved in my mind. Mahabharata, Book 5, Section 80. Nakula said, Much hath been said, O Madhava, by King Yudhishthira the just, who is conversant with morality and endued with liberality, and thou hast heard what hath been said by Falguni also. As regards my own opinion, O hero, thou hast repeatedly expressed it, hearing first what the wishes of the enemy are and disregarding all, do what thou regardest to be proper for the occasion. O Kesava, diverse are the conclusions arrived at as regards diverse matters. Success, however, O chastiser of foes, is one when a man doth that which ought to be done in view of the occasion. When a thing is settled in one way on one occasion, it becometh unsuitable when the occasion becometh different. Persons, therefore, in this world, O foremost of men, cannot stick to the same opinion throughout. While we were living in the woods, our hearts were inclined towards a particular course of action. While we were passing the period of concealment, our wishes were of one kind, and now, at the present time, O Krishna, when concealment is no longer necessary, our wishes have become different. O thou of the Vrishni race, while we wandered in the woods, attachment for the kingdom was not so great as now. The period of our exile having ceased, hearing, O hero, that we have returned, an army numbering full 7 Akshahinis hath, through thy grace, O Janardana, been assembled. Beholding these tigers among men, of inconceivable might and prowess, standing equipped for battle armed with weapons, what man is there that will not be struck with fear? Therefore, going into the midst of the Kurus, speak thou first words fraught with mildness, and then those fraught with threats, so that the wicked Suryodhana may be agitated with fear. What mortal man is there, of flesh and blood, who would encounter in battle Yudhishthira and Bhimasena, the invincible Vibhatsu and Sadeva, myself, thyself and Rama, O Kesva, and Satyaki of mighty energy? Virata with his sons, Drupada with his allies, and Drishtadyumna, O Madhava, and the ruler of Kasi of great prowess, and Drishtaketu the lord of the Chadyas? No sooner wilt thou go there than thou wilt, without doubt, accomplish, O thou of mighty arms, the desired object of King Yudhishthira the just. Vidura, and Bhishma, and Drona, and Valaka, these talents, O sinless one, will understand thee when thou wouldst utter words of wisdom. They will solicit that ruler of men, Dhritarashtra, and Suryodhana of sinful disposition, with his counselors, to act according to the advice. When thou, O Janardana, art the speaker and Vidura the listener, what subject is there that cannot be rendered smooth and plain? Present you by HinduMonastery.com.